Welcome back to Game of Theories. Today's story: what if Jon Snow was crowned king in the north and then took Dragonstone for the Targaryens? Before we begin, if you're enjoying these tales, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a new one. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The wolves choose a king. The dead had been carried out of the great hall of Winterfell, but the smell of them lingered, and Jon Snow understood that smell was the truth of the room. Lords would speak of honor tonight. They would speak of blood and the old gods and the rights of succession, and underneath all of it would be the memory of the men they had burned in the yard that morning, the men who had ridden under flayed man banners and called the north their own. Honor was the story people told about the thing they had already decided to do. The smell was the thing itself. He stood at the dais and watched them file in, and he counted them the way Robb had taught him to count an enemy line, by banners and by gaps. The merman of Manderley, fat green silk over a fat green lord. The mailed fist of Glover. The giant of the Umbers, holding a hall that 2 Umbers had lately tried to give to the Boltons. Mormont's bear, carried by a girl who came no higher than a grown man's belt and looked at the assembled strength of the north as though it owed her an accounting. Serwyn. Hornwood, what was left of it. Stout and Tallheart and Flint, the small houses, the ones whose votes had never mattered and who therefore had the most to gain by mattering now. Half of them had bent the knee to Roose Bolton inside this same hall. Jon knew it, and they knew he knew it, and that shared knowledge was the only honest thing in the building. "They're frightened," Sansa said low at his shoulder. She had taken the seat to his right without being offered it, which he noticed and chose not to remark on. Frightened men do one of 2 things. They follow the loudest voice, or they look for a throat to open so the rest of them feel safer. You want to be the voice before someone else decides you're the throat. And which am I to you? She did not answer that which was an answer. He had washed Bolton's blood off his hands, and someone had found him a clean jerkin, dark gray wool, no sigil on it, because the question of what sigil he was entitled to wear was precisely the question the hall had gathered to decide. A bastard wore no arms but the ones his lord granted. He had spent his whole life understanding that. Now men with castles and grandfathers and the bones of 100 ancestors under their feet were going to spend an evening arguing about whether the rule still held. And the strange part, the part he kept turning over, was that not one of them would say what the argument was really about. It was about who would lead them into the winter, and which of the great houses would stand nearest the leader when he did, and whether a man named Snow could be trusted to remember who had spoken for him when the food ran short. Davos had told him before the doors opened, "Say little. Let them talk themselves out. A man who keeps his counsel in a loud room looks like the only one who knows something the others do not." It was good advice. Jon meant to ignore it, because keeping silent while men decided his life had been the discipline of his boyhood, and he had not retaken his father's hall in order to practice it again. Wyman Manderley rose first, which surprised no one. A lord that heavy did not stand quickly, and he made the slowness into a kind of ceremony, both hands on the table, the chains of his office swinging. "My lords," he said, and the hall quieted for the weight of White Harbor if not for the weight of the man. "We have spent the autumn killing each other. Stark men, Bolton men, all of us Northmen, all of us feeding the crows that should have been feeding off South Targaryen instead. I am old. I buried a son. The phrase served at a wedding. I will not pretend I came here to talk of law." He let that sit. "The Boltons are dead in the yard because the Lord Snow put them there. I would know what the North means to call him, now that he has done the work the rest of us were too careful to attempt. He's a Snow." That was Robert Glover, narrow and hard, a man who had answered Jon's call late and resented being right to answer it at all. "We say it plainly or we lie to ourselves. He is brave. No one denies he is brave. Bravery is cheap in a bastard, my lords, because a bastard has nothing to lose that the rest of us would weep over. I lost Deepwood Mott. I got it back at his side, and I am grateful, and gratitude is not a crown. A murmur ran the tables, the particular murmur of men who agreed with a thing they were too polite or too cowardly to have said. Jon kept his face still and watched the murmur move. It told him where the room's weight sat. Not with Glover, quite, but near him, in the row of middling lords who had bent the knee to Roose, and wanted very much to believe that the men who had also bent the knee should not now be judged by a bastard who had not been here to be tempted. "You got Deepwood Mott back," Jon said, "because the wildlings you'd have hanged a year ago died taking the gate for you." He had not meant to speak yet. The words were out before the Council of Silence could stop them, and the hall turned to him, and he saw Davos at the back wince and then, a beat later, settle because the line had landed, and the Onion Knight knew a landed line when he heard one. "My Lord Glover names what I am. Good. I'll not have a man crowned or refused on a lie about what he is. I am Ned Stark's bastard. I was a brother of the Night's Watch, sworn to hold no lands and father no children and wear no crowns, and I broke that vow when I was killed for keeping it." He let the word "killed" stand in the room, because most of them had heard the rumor and none of them had been made to look at it. "So I am also an oath-breaker. Put that in your reckoning with the rest. I am a bastard, an oath-breaker, a man who led wildlings through your gates. If you crown such a man, you do it knowing what he is, and you'll never be able to say after that you were deceived." "Pretty," said a voice from the Dustin end of the table, dry as a grave. Lady Barbary Dustin had come down from Barrowton to watch the Boltons fall, and she watched everything else the same way, like a woman pricing a horse she did not intend to buy. A man who tells you all his flaws at the start is a man who means to be forgiven the rest by surprise. "I knew your father, Lord Snow. He was honorable. It killed him, and it killed your brother, and the honor of Starks has cost the North more graves than the Boltons ever dug. Forgive an old woman for not cheering the smell of it." It was, Jon thought, the most useful thing anyone had said. She had named the real fear, which was not that he was a bastard but that he was a Stark in the ways that got Starks killed and their bannermen with them. He held the thought a moment and then let it go, because there was no time to be clever in private when the room was deciding out loud. "My lady speaks true," he said, and saw her eyes narrow, because agreement was not the parry she had braced for. "Honor cost my father his head. I watched my brother trade his life for a kiss to a fray girl. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that being good is the same as being right. It isn't. I went south of the law and lived with the free folk and learned that the only thing winter respects is whether the gate holds. So ask me whether the gate will hold. Don't ask me whether I'm good. Ask whether, when the others come down out of the cold with the dead walking in front of them, the man you've set above you will keep the gate. That's the only crown worth having and the only oath worth swearing." Silence then, of a different quality. He had said the thing that the hall did not want said, the thing about the cold and the dead, which the Southron lords thought a story and the Northern lords half believed, and none of them wished to weigh against the warm business of who would sit highest. He watched the disbelief arrive on the faces of the small lords. He watched something else arrive on the faces of the old ones, the Flints and the Mormonts, and the men whose grandmothers had told them true winter tales, a wariness that was nearer to belief than they would admit in daylight. "Grumpkins," Glover said, but he said it weakly, because he had heard the same reports Jon had heard, the rangers who did not come back, the wildling host that had not crossed the wall to raid but to flee. "You were at the wall, Glover," said the bear girl. The whole hall turned. Lyanna Mormont was 10 years old, and she had been sitting so still that men had let themselves forget she was a lord and not a page. She stood now on the bench so that her head cleared the table, and she did not raise her voice, which made the lords lean toward her to catch it, which was, Jon understood, exactly what she intended. "No," she said. "None of you were. I'll tell you who was. Jon Snow was. He held Castle Black against a wildling king with 60 brothers and some farm boys, and he won. And then he did the harder thing, which was to let the wildlings live and bring them south of the wall where they could keep dying men from rising. Lord Glover calls that folly. I call it the only general's order I've heard in a year that wasn't about a grudge. She let her eyes travel the table the way a much older woman would. My mother died fighting for Robb Stark. My uncle too. Bear Island knows no king but the king in the north, whose name is Stark. I don't care if he's born in a marriage or born in a ditch. He's a Stark to me, and he's the man who held the gate. That's good enough for Bear Island. Is it good enough for the rest of you, or do you want to wait for the dead to vote? She sat. A child sat down, and a room full of grown men who had ridden to war found they had nothing to say into the space she left, and Jon learned something about power that he would use for the rest of his life. It was not loudness, and it was not size, and it was certainly not blood. It was the willingness to name the choice plainly while everyone else was still pretending there was no choice to be made. Manderley heaved himself up again. The little lady has the right of it and shames us all. White Harbor knows no king but the king in the north, and his name is Stark. He drew the name out like a man drawing a sword, and on the last of it he drove his fist to the table so the cups jumped. I lost a son and a grandson to the Southrun treachery. I do not mean to lose the North to its own cowardice. The Lord Snow avenged the Red Wedding in the only coin the Boltons understood. I'll have a king who pays his debts in that coin, the king in the North. Glover stood, and for a moment Jon thought he meant to argue, and then he understood that a man like Glover did not survive by being the last to a thing the room had already decided. I did not fight beside your father long enough, Glover said, and his voice cracked on it, the first honest thing he had let out all evening. I should have answered when Robb called. I failed House Stark. He drew his sword and laid it on the table with a sound like a bell. I will not fail it again, the king in the north. It went around the hall then, the way fire goes around a hall, lord after lord standing, steel after steel ringing on the boards, and Jon stood at the dais and let it come and made himself feel the whole shape of what was happening. Because a man who let himself be swept by a thing he did not understand would be swept again by the next thing, and the next. They were not crowning him. They were crowning a story about themselves, a story in which the North had not bent the knee to the flayed man, in which their fathers and sons had not died for nothing, in which the cold coming down on all of them might be met by something other than terror. He was the place they had decided to put that story. The crown was for him. The weight was for them. The king in the north. The old battle cry, the cry that had not been heard with meaning since the dragons came 300 years past, and a Stark king laid his crown at Aegon's feet rather than see his people burned. They were calling it back up out of the ground, Serwyn shouting it, and the Glovers, and the Hornwood remnant, and the flints of the mountains in their voices like falling rock, and the Umbers loudest of all, 2 Umbers who had betrayed the Starks now bellowing for a Stark king as if volume could buy back honor, which Jon thought was precisely what they hoped, and precisely what he would let them think they had bought, because he needed their swords more than he needed their shame. Sansa was not shouting. He marked that. She sat with her hands folded and her chin level and watched the hall acclaim her brother, and her face held the careful composure of a woman doing sums. He could not yet read the sums. He would learn too. They brought a crown. Not the old one, the bronze circlet with iron swords that the kings of winter had worn, the one the Targaryens had taken south and melted or lost. This was a new thing hammered out in the few days since Winterfell fell, dark iron, 9 spikes shaped to look like the swords of the old crown by a smith who had only heard it described. It was ugly and it was cold and it had been made in a hurry by frightened people, and Jon decided he preferred it to anything gold because it lied about nothing. Lyanna Mormont, because no one would have dared deny her after what she had done, carried it up the steps of the dais. She had to reach up to set it on his brow. The iron was so cold it stung, and the points of it pressed the bone of his skull, and he stood and let a child crown him king in the north while the hall roared, and he thought, with a clarity that frightened him more than the cold had, I have just made every man in this room a promise I do not know how to keep. Your Grace, said Lyanna Mormont, and there was nothing of the child in it. They feasted, because men who have killed each other in the morning must be made to eat together by nightfall, or they will go on killing. And a king's first work is sometimes only to fill a hall with food and watch who sits beside whom. Jon ate little and drank less, and learned the kingdom by watching the seeding sort itself out. The mountain clans clustered, Flint and Wall and Nori and Little, old and poor and proud beyond their means, the men who had marched the farthest for the least. The river of middling lords flowed and pooled, and Jon watched it pool around two centers, around Manderly's wealth and around a quiet corner where Barbary Dustin held a small court of grievance, and he understood that the Dustin corner would be the place his troubles came from, because it was the place where the men who had bent the knee to Roose went to be told they had been wise rather than weak. You see it, Davos said, settling beside him with a trencher he did not intend to finish. The Onion Knight had a smuggler's eye for a room. The fat lord and the bitter lady. Every hall has the two. The trick is to need the fat one and not fear the bitter one. Lady Dustin isn't a fool. Number fools are easy. She's a clever woman with an old wound and a long memory, and those are the ones who'll cut you, because they've spent 20 years deciding the cut is justified. Davos turned his cup without drinking. I served a king who couldn't tell the difference between the men who hated him and the men who merely disagreed. He treated them all the same, which is to say, badly. It cost him. Don't make Stannis' mistake, Your Grace. Half your enemies want to be argued out of it. Find out which half. The honorific landed strangely. Your Grace. He had been Lord Snow and Lord Commander, and before all of it just Snow, the name that meant a child a lord had got on a woman who was not his wife. Now men said grace at him, and meant a thing that the faith and 300 years of law said a bastard could not be. He let himself sit inside the wrongness of it, because the wrongness was information. The crown did not fit the law. That gap would have to be filled by something, by victories or by fear or by a better claim than the one he had, and a part of him that he did not like and could not silence had already begun, idly, to wonder what claim might fill it. Across the hall, Petter Baelish was speaking to Sansa. Jon had not been introduced to the Lord Protector of the Vale so much as he had been informed of him, by Sansa, in the flat, careful voice she used for things she did not want examined. Littlefinger had brought the knights of the Vale north at the turning of the battle. The Vale chivalry had broken the Bolton line. Without them, Jon would be a corpse in the snow and Winterfell would still fly the flayed man, and every man in this hall knew it. And so every man in this hall owed the Smiling Lord from the south, a debt that the Smiling Lord had not yet named the price of. A gift you cannot refuse is not a gift. It is a lien. He watched Baelish lean toward his sister and say something that made her smile the way a person smiles at a stranger they have decided to manage. He watched Baelish's eyes move, while he spoke to Sansa, over the crowned man at the high table, and there was an appraisal in the look that Jon recognized because he had just spent an evening doing it to a hall full of lords. The man was counting banners and gaps. He was pricing a horse he had every intention of buying. Davos, Jon said, what does a man want who's already rich, already a lord, already owed more than he can collect? More, Davos said. It's never the having thereafter, it's the next thing. Men like that don't stop wanting until they're stopped. He followed Jon's gaze to the Vale Lord and his mouth thinned. I don't know that one, but I know the breed. He gave you the Vale Knights for nothing. which means he hasn't said his price yet, which means his price is large enough that he's still working out how to make you pay it gladly. Sansa rose from Baelish's table with a graciousness that gave nothing away and came up the dais to her brother, and Baelish watched her go, and Jon decided that he would learn the man's price before the man could name it, because a king who waited to be billed was a king already half-owned. "He wants me to thank you in front of the lords," Sansa said quietly, sitting. "Tomorrow. He thinks the North should see the king kneel just a little to the veil that saved him. He didn't say kneel. He said acknowledge. And you told him that you would be glad to honor the Knights of the Vale." She watched the hall. "Which you will, because we need them, and because letting him have a small public victory now is how you find out what the large private one is going to be." She turned her head and looked at him directly for the first time since the crown went on. "You don't trust me, I can see it. You're wondering why the girl who left here a child knows how to talk like this. I'm wondering who taught you." "He did," she said. "And the woman before him, and the queen before her, and every person in King's Landing who ever smiled at me while deciding whether I was more useful alive or dead. I learned the only school they offered. You learned yours past the wall. They're not such different schools, Jon. The free folk would have understood Cersei Lannister fine. She just had better walls." She let a breath out, and for a moment the careful composure thinned, and he saw, underneath it, something that was not a sum at all, something tired and young and unwilling to be either. "I'm not your enemy. I need you to be right about that, because I have spent 4 years among people who were, and I would like, just once, to be on the same side as someone who shares my name." He looked at his half-sister, who was not, the Meisters would say, even truly his sister, being the true-born child of the father he was only got upon a woman in a war. He did not know that yet, not as a fact, though something in him had always sat at the edge of the family rather than in it. A child who watched the Stark children be Starks through a window he was never quite inside. He set the not knowing aside. Whatever the blood was, the woman beside him had walked out of the worst place in the world by being cleverer than the people who wanted her dead, and she had brought the knights who saved his life, and she was asking, in the only language either of them had been allowed to learn, to be trusted. "Then teach me the Southron school," he said. "Past the wall they kill you with axes. Down here they kill you with cups of wine and a kind word, and you never see the blade. I held the gate against the axes. I don't know how to hold it against the wine." Something moved across her face that was almost a real smile. "That," she said, "is the first wise thing I've heard you say since you put that ugly crown on." Later, when the hall had emptied of all but the drunk and the sleeping, Jon walked the walls of Winterfell with Ghost padding white and silent at his side, and he took the crown off and held it in his hands because his head had begun to ache from the cold of it. The night was clear and the stars were the hard winter stars, and away to the north the dark was darker than dark should be, a darkness with weight, the place the wall stood between the world of men and the thing that was coming for it. He had stood on that wall. He had seen the dead with his own eyes, the blue light in them, the way they did not stop. He had held a brother in his arms while the man cooled, and then he had watched the man's eyes open blue and had put a torch to him before he could rise. There were lords in the hall below who thought the cold was a story old women told to frighten children into closing the door. He was their king now. It would be his task to make them believe the door must be closed, and he did not yet know how a man made grown men believe a true thing they had decided to find too frightening to be true. Fire, he thought. The dead did not rise from fire. The wildlings burned their dead. The Night's Watch had learned too. Steel slowed the things, and dragonglass killed the cold ones, and Valyrian steel. But there was so little of any of it, and the dead were so many. And the only thing the stories agreed had ever truly broken an army of the cold was fire. Fire enough to be its own weather. fire of a kind that had not been seen in the world since the last dragon died chained and stunted in a vault beneath a Southron castle. He turned the iron crown in his hands and looked north into the weight of the dark, and he did not think the thought all the way through, not that night. He only let its edge touch him, the way a man lets his hand pass near a flame to learn how near he can bear. The North could not win the war that was coming. He knew it for a certainty, down in the bone. The North was hard and proud, and it would die hard and proud, and being hard and proud would not matter at all to the cold, which did not care about courage and could not be shamed and would simply keep coming until every gate in the world was open and every man behind it stood up blue-eyed to join it. To win, the North would need a thing the North did not have. Your Grace. Davos on the wall behind him, an old man's cautious feet on icy stone. Forgive me, I saw the light go out of your window and you not in your bed. I don't sleep well in the room my father slept in. No, Davos said, I don't imagine you do. He came and stood at the parapet a careful pace away, and he too looked north, and Jon remembered that the Onion Knight had been at the wall, had carried a king's hopes to that frozen edge of the world and seen the same dark Jon was seeing now. He thought it was here, you know, Stannis. He came all this way because a red woman told him the war of the world would be won or lost in the north, and he believed her, and he died in the snow a day's ride from this hall. I don't know if she was wrong, I know he's dead. He paused. She's not the red woman. She went back to the place I served before all this. Strange island, old stones, old fires. They say the Targaryens kept their dragons there before they had a kingdom to keep them in. A breath of cold smoke from his words. Dragonstone. You can see the mountains smoking on a clear day. The small folk swear it never stopped, all the years the dragons were dead. They swear there's something still sleeping in it. Jon looked at the old smuggler in the starlight, and Davos looked back, and neither of them said the thing that both of them had begun, separately, to think, because it was too large to say on the first night of a rain with the iron still warm from a boy king's head. Tell me about Dragonstone, Jon said. In the morning, tell me everything. He put the crown back on. It was no warmer than before. He walked down off the wall with his direwolf at his heel and the weight of the North on his head, and somewhere underneath all of it, just beginning to wake, the first small ember of a question that would burn his life down to its foundations and build something stranger on the ash. What a king might do, and what a king might dare, if a king had fire. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. A crown of cold iron. A king's first morning, Jon discovered, was a ledger. They brought him the ledger before they brought him bread. Maester Walken, who had served the Boltons and would now serve whoever held the keep because that was what Maesters did, laid the accounts of Winterfell across the long table in the solar that had been his father's, and the account said a simple thing in a great many figures. The North was going to starve. Granaries here, and at the Dreadfort, Walken said, his chain whispering as he leaned. Full when Lord Bolton held them. The fighting emptied half. The men who marched and lost are not bringing harvests home. Winter has come, your grace, truly come, and the Maesters of the Citadel have sent the white ravens, and there will be no more growing until it lifts, and no Maester can tell you when it lifts. Could be a year, could be 10. Jon looked at the figures and made himself understand them, because a king who could not read his own ledger would be ruled by the men who could. He had learned to count provisions at Castle Black, where the difference between a number on a page and a number in a barrel was the difference between brothers who lived through the cold and brothers who did not. The skill carried. The scale did not. At the wall he had counted hundreds. Here he was being asked to count a kingdom, and the answer the kingdom gave back was a death sentence written slowly. How many in the North? He asked. All told, holdfasts and villages, not just the great houses. Walken spread his hands. No man has counted them, your grace. Hundreds of thousands more. And we have grain for a fraction if we are careful. If the lords share, which they will not, and if the small folk do not eat their seed corn, which they will, because a man with a hungry child does not save for a spring he may not live to see. There it was, then, the first true problem of the reign, and it had nothing to do with crowns or claims or the smiling lord from the Vale. It was arithmetic, and the arithmetic was cruel, and no amount of valor in the field would add a single bushel to the wrong side of it. He sat with that, and he did not let himself look away from it, because the temptation of kingship, he was already learning, was the temptation to spend your hours on the problems that flattered you, the banners and the oaths and the war, and to leave the granary to the maester, until the day the granary was empty, and the banners meant nothing because the men under them were dead of hunger and not of swords. Manderley trades by sea, he said. White Harbor still has ships. The Reach grows food even in winter, in the south of it. Bravos sells grain to anyone with coin. We have no coin, your grace. We have something better than coin to a merchant. John traced the figures with one finger. We have a winter that everyone south of us thinks will stay north of us. It won't. The cold doesn't stop at the neck. Tell Lord Manderley I want every keel he has carrying grain north before the storms close the sea. And tell him the king in the north will stand surety for the debt with the only thing a king truly owns, which is the promise that the men who feed his people in the lean year will be the men he remembers in the fat one. Merchants understand favor. It's the only currency that survives a famine. Walken wrote, his quill scratching. John watched him write and understood that everything he said now was being recorded by men who had recorded the words of the Boltons with the same dry diligence, and that a maester's loyalty was to the chain and not the collar, and that he would have to be a man whose recorded words did not damn him, because they were all being written down by someone. And the turncloaks, Walken said, not looking up. Your grace will wish to settle the turncloaks. The turncloaks. He had been waiting for it since the crown went on. There were 2 houses in his new kingdom whose lords had taken Bolton silver and Bolton oaths, and both of those lords were now dead in the yard with the rest. But houses did not die when lords did. There were Karstark cousins and Umber kin, holdfasts and garrisons, hundreds of men who had ridden under the wrong banner and who were, this morning, sitting very still in their distant halls and waiting to learn whether the new king meant to make examples of them. His father would have known what to do. His father would have done the hard, true thing, would have ridden to Carhold and put the lord's kin to the sword for treason, because the law was the law and a man who broke it answered for it. And his father's head had ended on a spike in King's Landing precisely because he believed that the law was a thing you could afford to honor when the men around you had decided it was a thing to be used. No, John said. Walken's quill stopped. No examples, not yet. He stood and went to the window, where the yard below still showed the black scars of the morning's fires. Lady Dustin told me yesterday that Stark honor has filled more graves than the Boltons dug. She meant it as an insult. I'm going to take it as an instruction. The Karstarks and the Umbers backed the Boltons because the Boltons were winning and because they were afraid. And now the Boltons are dead and I am the thing to be afraid of. And a wise king uses fear before he uses the axe, because the axe can only be used once on a man and fear can be used every day. He turned. Send riders, not soldiers, riders with my word. The men who bent the knee to Roose may keep their heads and their halls if they bend the knee to me before the next moon, and bring their grain to the common store, and send a son or a daughter to winter at Winterfell. Call it fostering. Everyone will understand it's a hostage. Everyone will also understand that a king who takes hostages instead of heads is a king who means them to live. And a man who is allowed to live by his enemy spends the rest of his days finding reasons the enemy was right to spare him. Some will call it weakness, your grace. Some always will. He thought of Davos, of the Onion Knights' council about the half of his enemies who wanted to be argued out of it. Let them call it weakness until the spring, when the men I spared are still feeding their children, and the men Lady Dustin would have had me kill would have left widows and orphans with nothing to do but hate me. Mercy that costs you nothing is just vanity. Mercy that costs you the satisfaction of an example is statecraft. Write it down, Meister. Write down that the king in the north chose the kingdom over the grudge. If I'm wrong, history can hang me for it. Walken wrote it down. They honored the Knights of the Vale at midday in the yard with the whole of Winterfell to watch. It was Sansa's staging, though Littlefinger's design, and Jon walked through it the way a man walks through a rope bridge he did not build, testing each board before he trusted his weight to it. He stood on the steps of the keep and named the houses of the Vale that had ridden north, Royce and Corbray and Waynwood and Belmore, and he thanked them in the old words, and he let it be seen that the king in the north knew the debt he owed, and the Vale Knights stood taller for it. And that was the point, because men who feel honored are men who fight again. Petyr Baelish stood among them in gray velvet, a mockingbird at his throat, and he received Jon's thanks with a modesty so perfect that Jon understood it to be the most aggressive thing in the yard. A man who truly wished to recede did not dress to be seen receding. "Your grace is gracious," Baelish said, when the formal words were done and the lords had begun to drift toward the warmth of the hall. He had a voice pitched for the space between two people, a voice that made everything sound like a confidence. "I confess I did not expect it. Kings are often poor at gratitude. They feel it diminishes them to owe. It diminishes a man more to pretend he owes nothing," Jon said. "The Vale saved the North. I'd be a fool to let pride make me forget it." "And you are not a fool," Baelish smiled with his mouth. "Forgive me, that sounded like surprise. I meant it as a compliment. I knew your father, you understand. Ned Stark was the most honest man I ever met, and the most honest man I ever met died on the steps of the Great Sept because honesty in the capital is a kind of nakedness, and the naked are easy to cut. I had wondered whether his blood ran the same in you." The gray eyes moved over the iron crown. "It appears it does not, or not entirely. You thanked me publicly, and you watched me while you did it. Ned would have only thanked me. He never learned to do two things with his eyes at once." It was, Jon thought, an extraordinary thing to say, and the extraordinary part was that it was true, and the more extraordinary part was that Baelish had said it in order to be admired for saying it, which meant the man valued his own cleverness above the safety of concealing it. A useful thing to know about an enemy. He had not decided Baelish was an enemy. He had decided Baelish was a man who would become one the moment it profited him, which the Meisters would say was a different thing, and which Jon had learned past the wall was the same thing wearing a cloak. "You loved my aunt," Jon said. He did not know why he said it. Sansa had told him the bones of the tale, that Baelish had grown up at Riverrun loving Catelyn's sister, that the whole strange architecture of the man's life was a house built on a girl who never wanted him. He watched the words land. He watched something happen behind the gray eyes that did not happen for thanks or for flattery, a flicker, quickly shuddered, of a wound the man had spent 30 years refusing to call a wound. Lysa, and before her my Aunt Catelyn. You built all of this on a woman who chose a Stark over you. You've been talking to your sister. The voice had cooled by a single degree, which from a man so controlled was a shout. I've been learning my kingdom, the people in it, what they want. Jon let the silence work the way Lyanna Mormont had taught him a silence could work. You want something, Lord Baelish. You gave the North its life and you haven't said your price, and a debt you can't see is the dangerous kind, so I'll make it easy. Whatever you want the day you decide to take it, I want you to remember this conversation. I want you to remember that the bastard saw you. Not the way my father saw men all at once and trusting. The way the cold sees them. Whole and from a great distance, and without any particular mercy. He left Baelish in the yard and went up the steps, and he did not look back to see what his face was doing, because the not looking was the message. Sansa caught him in the corridor. "What did you say to him?" "I told him I could see him." She studied her brother for a moment, and whatever sum she ran came out somewhere she had not expected, because the careful composure shifted into something that was nearer to respect and nearer still to alarm. "That was either very wise or very foolish, and I won't know which until he does something about it. He doesn't forgive being seen. It's the one thing he can't bear, because the whole of him is a performance, and an audience that knows it's a performance is an audience he can't play to." She lowered her voice, though the corridor was empty. "Don't do it again unless you mean to finish it. A man like that, you let him think you're harmless or you put him in the ground. The middle is the only place that gets you killed." "Past the wall," Jon said. "We called that the open ground between two tree lines. You don't stop in it. You cross it fast or you don't cross it. Then learn to cross it fast." She was not smiling, but the alarm had gone out of her and left the respect. "You learn quickly. I didn't expect that either. Everyone keeps telling me you're honorable, like father, like it's a warning. They forget honorable men can also be clever. They were only ever told stories about the ones who weren't." The raven from King's Landing came 3 days later, and it carried a queen's command and a queen's contempt in equal measure. Maester Walken read it aloud in the solar, with the lords of the Morning Council gathered to hear, because a king who received the enemy's letters in private would be a king the lords suspected of secret dealing. And Jon had decided early that he would be transparent in exactly the places where transparency cost him nothing and bought him trust. To the traitor Jon Snow, called Stark, who styles himself king in the north, Walken read, and the title alone set Moore's Umber growling. "By order of her Grace Cersei of House Lannister, first of her name, Queen of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lady of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. The North is a province of the Iron Throne, held in rebellion. You will disband your host, surrender Winterfell to the Crown's officers, and present yourself at King's Landing to answer for the murders of King Joffrey's loyal servants and the treasons of the late Robb Stark. Should you submit before the turn of the year, her grace in her mercy will permit you to take the black and live out your days at the wall you so love. Should you refuse, the Crown will treat with the North as the Crown treated with the Rains of Castamere, and the singers will need a new song about a house that no longer exists." Quiet in the solar. The lords looked to the king to learn how the king received a threat. Jon almost laughed, and the almost laugh surprised him, because the letter was a death threat against everyone he had sworn to protect, and the proper response to a death threat was not amusement. The amusement came from the gap between the letter's confidence and its emptiness. He had read enough of the realm by now to see the gap. Cersei wrote like a woman who held the 7 kingdoms in her fist. Cersei held a burnt city, a boy on a throne who would die a king before he was a man, a treasury owed to the Iron Bank of Bravos, a reach that hated her and a Dorne that wished her dead, and an iron-born fleet that answered to no one. She wrote of Castamere because Castamere was 30 years gone, and the only victory her house could still point to. A queen who threatened you with her grandfather's war was a queen who had no war of her own to threaten you with. "She can't reach us," Jon said. "That's what the letter is. It's a fist shaken at a man on the far side of a river the fist can't cross. The roads south are 1,000 miles of bad weather, and the riverlands are a graveyard her own bannermen made. She has no fleet that can land an army on our coast, because the fleet that could is Euron Greyjoy's, and Euron Greyjoy serves Euron Greyjoy. She wants us to be afraid, because fear is the only soldier she can afford to send this far north." He looked around the table. "Write her a courtesy in return, 3 words. The North remembers, nothing else. She'll spend a week trying to decide whether it's a threat or a refusal, and while she's deciding, she isn't doing anything that matters, and a queen wasting a week is a gift the North should be glad to give her. Wyman Manderley's laugh shook the table, a deep wet sound. The North remembers. By the gods, your grace, the boys got the right of the woman entire. 3 words and a closed door. My grandson died at the Red Wedding, and I have wanted to send the Lannister queen those 3 words since the day they served his flesh to me at a feast. Write it. Write it large. It was the right answer for the room, and Jon knew it. And he also knew it was not the whole answer. Because Cersei could not reach the North today, but Cersei would not always be a burnt city and an empty fist. And a king who mistook his enemy's present weakness for her permanent weakness was a king digging his own grave with relief. He kept that to himself. A king sometimes had to let the hall have its victory and carry the worry alone, because shared worry in the wrong room became panic, and panic was a worse enemy than any queen. That night Davos told him about Dragonstone, and the telling changed everything, though neither of them said so while it happened. They sat by the fire in the solar with the door barred and Ghost stretched across the threshold, and the Onion Knight talked the way an old sailor talks, in eddies and currents, the story going where the memory took it. He had served Stannis Baratheon for years, and Stannis had held Dragonstone for years, and so Davos knew the island the way a man knows a house he was unhappy in, every cold room of it. It's the oldest stone in Westeros that men still live in, he said. Older than the wall, some say, though I'd not say it to a Night's Watchman. The Valyrians built it before the Doom, when they still kept dragons, and they built it the Valyrian way, which is to say they built it with fire and shadow and not with hands. The walls are black and they're carved all over with dragons, thousands of them, so that on a gray day you can't tell where the carving ends and the rock begins, and the gargoyles aren't gargoyles, they're dragons too, and at night when the wind comes off the sea they sound like something breathing. Stannis hated it, said it was a heathen place. The Red Woman loved it, said it was the place where the world had last been close to fire, and that fire was the only thing that had ever beaten the cold. Jon had gone very still. The Red Woman is still there. She went back after Stannis died. Where else would she go? Melisandre of Asshai, the king's red shadow, the woman who saw the future in her flames and got most of it wrong and a little of it right, which is the worst kind of seer because you can never tell which is which until it's too late. Davos turned his cup. She told Stannis he was the prince that was promised, the hero of the prophecy. Azor Ahai come again with a flaming sword to fight the darkness. He believed her. He died in the snow. So either she was wrong or she had the right prophecy and the wrong prince, and a woman like that, when she learns she's backed the wrong man, she doesn't give up the prophecy. She goes looking for the right one. The fire popped. Jon watched it and thought about the dark to the north, the weight of it, the thing that fire was said to be the only answer to. There's a chamber at the top of the great tower, Davos went on, lower now, the memory pulling him. The chamber of the painted table. Aegon the Conqueror had it carved before he ever set foot on the mainland. A great slab of wood shaped like the whole of Westeros. Every river and every keep painted true, from the wall down to the Dornish sands. He sat there, and he planned the conquest of the 7 kingdoms off a map he had made before he owned a foot of it. Stannis used to sit at it for hours, brooding over a realm he never managed to take. I used to think it was a sad room, all that ambition carved into a table by men who mostly died short of it. He looked at Jon. I don't think it's a sad room anymore. I think it's a room that's waiting. A man who sat at that table with a true claim and the fire to back it, that man wouldn't be brooding. That man would be planning. Jon said nothing. The image had gone into him and lodged. The garrison, he said at last. Who holds it now? Sir Roland Storm. The bastard of Nightsong, they call him, a base-born knight Stannis legitimized and trusted, which tells you the man's worth, because Stannis trusted almost no one. He held Dragonstone as castellan while Stannis marched north to die. A few hundred men, maybe less now. Storm men mostly, loyal to a dead king and a dead cause, because that's the kind of men Stannis kept, the kind too stubborn to notice the cause was lost. Davos paused. And the island folk, the small folk of Dragonstone, aren't like other small folk. They've lived under the Dragon Kings for 300 years and under the Valyrians before that. There are old families there that remember when the Targaryens ruled the world, and they never stopped being loyal to them, not really, not in their hearts. Stannis was always a stranger to them. They served him because he held the castle. If a dragon's blood came to that island and named himself. Davos stopped. He had heard where his own words were going, and he was an old smuggler who knew when he had drifted into deep water. "Finish it," Jon said quietly. "The eggs," Davos said, and his voice dropped, because some things a man does not say at a normal volume even in a barred room. "There's a tale on the island, your grace. The small folk tell it. They say the Dragonmont, the mountain, has never gone cold. All the long years the dragons were dead, and they say that's because there are dragons sleeping in it still. Eggs, the careful ones say. Petrified, turned to stone, the way the last dragon eggs all turned to stone after the dragons died, hard as rock and never to hatch. And the wild ones say it's more than eggs. They say there's something old down in the fire, something that was sleeping when the Targaryens came, and that the Targaryens were wise enough to let sleep, and that it'll wake when the blood of the dragon comes home and needs it. Stannis sent men down into the tunnels under the mountain, looking for treasure, looking for anything. The ones who came back changed. He stopped sending them. The old man looked at his king across the fire. I told you to ask me about Dragonstone. I've told you. I think you already know why you asked. I think you knew before I did. Jon looked into the fire for a long while, and the fire looked back, and somewhere underneath the ledger and the turncloaks and the queen's empty threat, the ember that had woken on the wall 3 nights past had grown to a small, steady flame, and he warmed his hands at it and did not yet say what it was. The North can't beat the cold, he said. We both know it. The dead don't tire and they don't starve, and every man they kill stands up to fight for them. Steel slows them. Fire stops them. And there hasn't been fire enough to matter in this world since the last dragon died. He let the words come out into the room where only Davos and a direwolf could hear them. If there were dragons again, if a man could wake them. He could save more than a kingdom, Davos. He could save the world. And the only place to begin would be the place the dragons were born. That place isn't yours, your grace, Davos said gently, the way a man warns a friend off a cliff. You're king in the north. Dragonstone's a Southron rock for Southron lords and a dead king's bastard knight. You've no claim to it. You've no claim to a dragon. The dragons belong to one house only, and that house is ash and exile. A girl across the sea, they say, is dead, and a line that ended when the Mad King burned. Yes, Jon said. I know. And that was where they left it, because a rider came hammering at the gate. He came out of the north, half dead on a garron that was wholly dead by the time it reached the walls, a cranogman of the neck with frost in his beard and a frozen message he would give to no one but the king. They brought him to the solar wrapped in furs, shaking, and he looked at Jon with the bog-dark eyes of Howland Reed's country, and he said the thing that broke the night open. Your grace, my lord father sent me. Howland Reed of Greywater Watch. His teeth knocked together. Your brother's come back, Brandon Stark. He came down out of the lands beyond the wall where everyone said he died, and he's not dead, and he's not the boy who left. My father met him on the road and brought him to the neck, and he's coming here slow. He can't ride fast, but he's coming, and he sent a message ahead, and my father said I was to give it to the king in the north and to no other living soul. The cranogman swallowed against the cold. He said to tell you. He said, tell my brother I know who his mother was. Tell him I know who his father was, and it isn't who he thinks. He said you're to wait for him before you do anything. He said the whole of what comes next turns on a thing only the trees remember, and he's the only one left alive who can read what the trees remember, and he's coming to read it to your face." The fire cracked in the silence. Davos had gone white. Jon stood very still in his father's solar with his father's crown on the table beside him, the cold iron catching the firelight, and he looked at the half-frozen messenger and felt the floor of his life tilt very slightly, the way the deck of a ship tilts the moment before a man realizes the tide has turned and is carrying him somewhere he never set sail for. "Who his father was," Jon said. "And it isn't who he thinks. Those were the words, Your Grace. I swear it on the old gods. He said you're to wait." Jon went to the window. Far to the north, past the wall, past the edge of the maps, the dark had wait, and somewhere in it his brother who was not dead was coming home with the tree's secret frozen in his mouth. And somewhere to the south, a smoking mountain held a sleeping fire and a wary garrison and a red woman waiting for the right prince. And between the two of them stood a man in a borrowed solar wearing a crown of cold iron, a man who had spent his whole life certain of exactly one thing about himself, that he was Ned Stark's bastard son, and who understood now, with the slow tilting certainty of a turning tide, that he was about to learn the one certainty was a lie. "Bring him fire and food and a bed," he said to the room without turning. "And send the fastest horses you have south to meet my brother's party and bring it in faster. I'll wait for him." His hand found the cold iron of the crown and rested on it. "I'll wait, but tell the riders to hurry. I find I've a great many questions, and I've just learned the man who can answer them is the only one in the world who can." Chapter 2 in Chapter 3. The dragon and the crypt Bran came home on a sledge 8 days after the rider, and the climbing, restless child Jon remembered was not in him any more. Jon went out through the gate to meet the party on the Kingsroad rather than wait in the hall, because some things a king does not do from a throne, and greeting a brother returned from the dead was one of them. The sledge came slow behind 2 garrons, and there were crannogmen walking guard, Reed's people, silent and watchful, and there was a thin girl Jon did not know walking with one hand on the sledge rail, and there was Bran. He had grown. That was the first wrongness. The brother who had fallen from the tower was small, and this was a long-boned young man with a still face and eyes that did not quite settle on a thing, eyes that seemed to be watching something just behind whatever they pointed at. Jon had braced himself for a cripple and a brother. He found a stranger wearing his brother's face the way a man wears a coat he has outgrown. Bran. He went to his knees in the snow by the sledge because the height felt wrong looking down. "Gods, they said you were dead. Rickon and you, they said you were both, and I believed it because believing it hurt less than hoping." He took his brother's cold hand. "You're here, you're real." "I'm here," Bran said. The voice was Bran's and was not. It had a flatness to it, a distance, the sound of a man speaking from the bottom of a deep well and not minding the depth. "Hello, Jon, or should I call you Your Grace? They crowned you, I saw it, I see most things now." His not quite settling eyes found Jon's face and stayed there for once with effort. "I'm sorry. I keep losing the thread of being a person. The girl, Mira, she reminds me. It's hard to be only here when you can be everywhere. But I made myself stay together for this. I came 1,000 miles in the cold to tell you a thing, and I won't tell it to you out here on a road. I'll tell it where it has to be told, in front of the tree." "What thing?" Bran looked at him with the flat, patient distance of a man who already knew how the next hour would go because he had watched it happen from outside of time. "The thing your father carried so far and so long that it bent his whole life around it like a stone bends a river. He never told you. He never told anyone. He died with it, and it should have died with him, except that the trees were watching the day it happened, and the trees forget nothing. And I am the trees now, or near enough." He turned his face toward the gray towers of Winterfell rising ahead. "Take me to the godswood, Jon, to the heart tree. I'll show you who you are. The godswood was the oldest part of Winterfell, older than the keep, older than the kings. A black acre of sentinel and ironwood that the first men had kept when they raised the walls, and that no Andal axe had ever touched. At the heart of it grew the weirwood, white-barked, red-leaved, its carved face weeping red sap from eyes that had watched the Starks for 8,000 years. Jon had prayed here as a boy, when he still half-believed prayer was a thing that did something. He had said goodbye to it before he rode for the wall. They carried Bran to the foot of the tree and set him against the pale trunk, and the crannogmen withdrew to the tree line, and the girl Mira stood back, and it was Jon and his brother and the red-eyed face in the wood. Snow sifted down through the bare branches of the other trees and did not seem to fall on the weirwood at all. "Give me your hand," Bran said. "Put it on the tree, on the roots. The trees remember by touch and by blood, and you have the blood, Jon. You've always had the blood. That's the thing your father hid. That's the thing I came to give back to you." He reached out and pressed his own pale palm flat against an exposed root, and the red eyes of the carved face seemed to deepen, to open, to become less a carving and more a door. "Don't be afraid of what you see. It already happened. You can't change it. You can only learn what it made you." Jon put his hand on the cold, wet root, and the world unfastened. He was not in the godswood. He was in the south, in a heat he had never felt, in a country of red mountains and white sun. And there was a tower of pale stone rising out of a high, lonely pass, round and tall and crowned with a turret. And there were roses growing wild at its foot, winter roses, blue as frost, blue as a dead girl's lips, blooming impossibly in that furnace of a country because someone had planted them there and someone had loved them. The sky over the tower was the deep hard blue of a place where rain is a rumor. 3 knights in white had stood at the door of that tower once, the finest swords the realm ever made, and a man with a wolf's grimness had cut his way through them to reach what was inside. And all of that was over, all of that was bones now. And Jon was being carried past it the way the wind carries a leaf, in through the high window, up the winding stair, into the round room at the top where the air was thick with the iron stink of birth and death braided together. A woman lay in a bed of blood. She was young. She was beautiful the way a knife is beautiful. All clean hard lines, dark hair soaked through with sweat, gray stark eyes gone glassy, and enormous in a face the color of the weirwood bark. The blood had soaked the bed and gone on soaking it, more blood than Jon had known a body held, and he understood without being told that she was dying, that she had been dying for hours, that no Meister in the world could close the wound that childbed had opened in her. And in her arms, wrapped in a blanket the color of old cream, mouth working at nothing, eyes screwed shut against the first light it had ever seen, was a newborn child. A man knelt by the bed. Jon knew him before he saw the face. He knew the line of the shoulders and the dark, unhappy steadiness of the kneeling, because he had spent his boyhood watching that man kneel at this very tree. Eddard Stark, young, unscarred, his sister's blood on his hands to the wrist, and his sister's hand gripping his arm with the last strength in her body, pulling him down to her mouth. "Promise me, Ned." The words came out of the dying woman in a wet whisper that the trees had kept for 19 years and would keep for 19,000 more. "His name. His name is Aegon, Aegon Targaryen, Rhaegar's son. Rhaegar named him before they took him, before the trident. He said the dragon has 3 heads, he said." A cough, blood on her lips, blue roses on the windowsill, the white sun pouring in. "They'll kill him, Ned. Robert will kill him. He'll see the silver in him and the purple in his eyes when they open, and he'll dash the babe against the wall the way they did Elia's children. He'll call it mercy. He'll call it duty. Promise me you won't let them. Promise me you'll take him and you'll lie for me. You'll say he's yours, say he's your bastard, let them call you false. Let them shame your honor for his life, Ned. Promise me, promise." "I promise," said the young man who would become Jon's father in a voice broken clean through. "I promise, Lyanna, I swear it, by all the gods, he's mine, I'll keep him." And the woman in the bed of blood looked up past her brother's shoulder, and her gray eyes found the high window and the falling light. And for an instant it was not the past at all. For an instant she looked through the window of the world and across 19 years, and saw the man her son had become standing in the godswood of Winterfell with his hand on a tree. And she smiled at him, a dying woman's smile, terrible and tender, the only thing his mother ever gave him, and then she was gone. And the blue roses fell from the windowsill, and the world fastened shut. Jon was on his knees in the snow with his hand still on the root, and Bran watching him with the patient flat eyes of a man who had already grieved this years ago, far away, alone. He did not weep. He noticed that he did not weep. In the strange, clear way a man notices things when the great wave he expected does not come. He had thought, in the half-instant of falling out of the vision, that the grief would arrive, the grief of a boy who had spent 20 years wondering what his mother's face looked like, and had now been shown it bleeding out around his own newborn body. The grief did not come, or not yet. What came instead was a vast, quiet reorganizing, the sensation of a man who has lived his whole life in a house turning a corner he has turned 10,000 times and finding a door there that was never there before, a door that had always been there, a door he had simply never been permitted to see. "Egon," he said. The name felt strange in his mouth, and also, underneath the strangeness, fitted, the way a key fits a lock you did not know your house had. "Egon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen, the Dragon Prince, and Lyanna Stark, the wolf maid he stole away," Bran said. "Or who went with him. The singers tell it both ways, and the truth is somewhere in the middle where truths live. He didn't steal her, Jon. I've watched it. They loved each other foolishly in the way that started a war and killed half the great houses of the realm, and you're the thing they made, the wolf and the dragon, ice and fire in one skin, and our father carried you out of the south wrapped in a lie to save your life. Robert Baratheon would have killed you. He'd have smiled while he did it. He hated the Targaryens past all reason, and you were the last true heir of the man who took the woman he thought was his. And father knew that the only safe thing to be in Robert's realm was Ned Stark's shameful bastard." Bran's flat voice did not change, but something moved far down in it. He took the lie on himself. The whole world thought Eddard Stark dishonored his marriage bed, and mother thought it, and it sat between them every day of their lives, and he never told her, because a secret one person keeps is a secret, and a secret two people keep is a sword waiting for a throat. He carried it alone so that you could live. That's the kind of man he was. That's the price of you. Jon stayed on his knees in the snow. The cold came up through his breeches, and he let it. He was doing what he always did when the ground moved, which was to stand very still inside himself and take an accounting, the same as he had taken an accounting of the lords in the hall, except that the thing being counted now was his own self, and the columns would not add the way they had added an hour ago. He was not Ned Stark's son. That was the first figure, and it took a long time to enter, because every choice he had ever made had been weighed against the imagined judgment of a father who was not his father, every act of honor performed to be worthy of a blood he did not carry. He had wanted, his whole life, to be a Stark. He had been told his whole life he could not be, that the bastard's name was Snow, and Snow it would stay. The truth was crueler and stranger than the lie. He was not a Stark. He was less a Stark than he had ever feared. His father was a man burned to death by his own knights, and his blood was the blood of dragons, the blood of madness and conquest and fire, the blood Robert Baratheon had raised a rebellion to scrub off the earth. And he was not a bastard at all. That was the second figure, and it changed the sum entirely, and a colder, clearer part of him had already begun to work it. "Bran," he looked up. "You said Rhaegar named me before the trident, named me his son, his heir. but Rhaegar was already married to the Dornish princess, Elia Martell. Their children were the heirs. So I'm a bastard twice over, a dragon's bastard got on a Stark, no claim to anything but a death sentence. For the first time, Bran's still face did something that resembled the brother Jon had lost. Something near to satisfaction, the satisfaction of a man laying down the last and best of his cards. Samwell Tarly is 2 days' ride south of here, Bran said, and he's coming as fast as a fat man and a wildling girl can come, and he's bringing a thing he found in the Citadel, in the diary of a Septon who is dead now, and who married 2 people in a secret Septon Dorne with his own hands. Rhaegar set Elia aside, Jon. There was an annulment and there was a wedding, and the wedding was witnessed and written down, and the man who wrote it down spent the rest of his life too frightened to speak of it. Rhaegar married Lyanna, in sight of gods and men by the law of the faith. You were born in a marriage. The flat voice did not rise, and somehow that made it land all the harder. You're not a bastard, Aegon. You never were. You're the true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen, who was the true-born heir of the Mad King who sat the Iron Throne. Rhaegar died before his father. That makes you not a Targaryen. That makes you the Targaryen, the heir, the last dragon with the right to say the word. There's a girl across the sea they call the rightful queen, Daenerys, the Mad King's daughter, and she has dragons or had them, and the songs are already being sung about her. She's Rhaegar's sister, Jon. A king's daughter, yes. And you're a king's son, and the son of the elder brother comes before the daughter of the younger, by every law the 7 kingdoms have ever kept. He let it sit in the snow between them. She thinks she's the last of the line. She's wrong. She's the second of the line. You're the first. Sam arrived the next day, red-faced and shaking with cold and joy, and he had the diary, and he laid it on the table in the solar with the reverence of a man laying down a relic. I wasn't even looking for it, Sam said, turning the brittle pages with fingers that would not quite stay still. That's the thing nobody believes. I was copying out old records at the Citadel, dull work, the kind they give a man they don't trust yet. And there was this Septon, High Septon Maynard, kept a diary every day of his life. Every meal, every chamber pot, the most boring man who ever lived. And then on one page, in the middle of all the dullness, he writes that he set aside a marriage and performed another in secret in a Septon Dorne. He didn't even think it was important. He wrote it the same size as the weather. His voice wobbled and then steadied, in the way a man's voice steadies when the thing he is saying is too large to be afraid of any more. An annulment, Jon, for Prince Rhaegar, and a wedding the same day. He doesn't name the bride on that page. The page is torn. Somebody tore it years ago and was sloppy about it, but Bran's vision names her, and the dates match, and the place matches, and a man who reads the 2 of them together can't read them any other way. He looked up. You're not a bastard. I've read it 3 times and copied it twice and hidden the copies where no one will find them, and every time it says the same thing. You were born inside a marriage the faith itself made lawful. By every rule the Meisters keep, you're the true-born son of the heir to the Iron Throne. Read me the words, Jon said. The exact words, not what they mean, what they say. And Sam read them. The dead Septon's small dry hand made loud in the solar, the record of a marriage no one had been meant to find. And Jon listened to the proof of himself recited from a stranger's book, and understood the difference between the 2 truths he now held. The vision had convinced him. The vision was for him. A son shown his mother's death, a thing that could not be argued with because it had happened inside his own blood. The vision could not be shown to a hall of lords. A king could not say, I touched a tree and saw the truth and expect 300 years of law to bow to it. The diary was different. The diary was parchment a Meister could read and a Septon could verify, and a lord could hold in his hands and be made to believe against his will. The vision had told Jon who he was. The diary would let him prove it to men who did not want it proven. One was the truth, the other was the weapon. He sent Sam and Bran to rest, and he sat alone in the solar a long while with the diary and the iron crown side by side on the table, and he ran the sum to its end. He was the true-born heir of House Targaryen. By the law of the Seven Kingdoms, he was the rightful king of all of it, not the North only, the whole realm, the Iron Throne, the Crownlands and the Reach and Dorne and the Stormlands and the Westerlands and the Vale and the Riverlands and the Islands, all of it. A claim that made Cersei Lannister a usurper's widow squatting on a stolen chair, and made the Silver Queen across the sea a pretender to her own family's name. He had been a bastard at dawn and a king of the North at noon, and now by nightfall he was something the world had not contained since the dragons died. A man with the only true claim to everything, and the blood, the actual blood in his actual veins, to wake the only weapon that had ever frightened the kings of men. And he could tell no one. That was the trap inside the gift, and he saw it whole in the way Baelish would have seen it, the way the cold saw a man from a great distance and without mercy. The North had crowned a Stark. The North had spent 300 years remembering that a Stark king once knelt to a dragon and gave up his crown rather than see the North burned. And the North had never forgiven it. And the North did not love dragons. The North feared and hated them in the marrow. And the lords who had stood in the hall and beaten their swords on the boards for the king in the North, whose name was Stark, would not beat their swords for a Targaryen. They would feel betrayed. They would feel that the wolf they crowned had turned into the dragon their grandfathers cursed. Some of them would draw the swords instead of beating them. Lady Dustin would smile her horse-bracing smile and say she had warned them all that Stark honor was a lie, and she would be more right than she knew, because the king was not even a Stark. So the claim that made him everything also, the same hour, made him fragile. He could not announce it in Winterfell without risking the kingdom that was the only real thing he held. He could not press it from the North, because the North would not march south to put a dragon on the Iron Throne after 300 years of being glad the dragons were gone. The claim was a sword without a hilt. He could see the blade of it, gleaming, the rightful heir, the king of kings. He could not yet find the place to take hold. Unless the flame that had woken on the wall and grown in the firelight of Davos's telling came up now bright and clear, and showed him the whole of the country he had been groping through in the dark. He did not need the North to march south. He needed a place that was already a dragon's place, a place that would welcome a dragon's blood and ask for nothing else, a place where the claim was not a betrayal but a homecoming. He needed an island the small folk had never stopped loving the Targaryens on, a garrison waiting for a true prince, a red woman looking for the right one, a smoking mountain with sleeping fire in its heart, and the only thing in the world that could turn a claim of parchment into a fact the whole realm would have to kneel before. He needed Dragonstone. He thought next about who could be allowed to know, because a secret was only as safe as the smallest circle that held it, and a king who told his secret to the wrong man had handed that man the king's life to sell. Bran knew, because Bran was the source of the knowing, and was anyway less a man now than a thing the secret had passed through. Sam knew, and Sam would die before he betrayed a friend, and had carried the proof 1,000 miles to prove it. Davos could be told, because Davos had served one king to the bitter, useless end and had the rare loyalty of a man who chose his lord with his eyes open and did not change his mind when the weather did. Those three. No more. Not the lords who would feel betrayed. Not Tormund who could not keep a secret because the free folk did not believe in them. And Sansa. Sansa was the hard one. She was clever enough to see the use of the claim faster than anyone in the North, and clever enough to see the danger of it just as fast. And a woman that clever was a woman who could not be told a thing by halves, because she would feel the shape of the missing half and resent the lie more than she would have resented the truth. She was also the one person in the world he most wanted to be able to trust, which was precisely the reason he could not yet afford to. Trust was a thing a king extended after he understood what a person wanted, and Jon did not yet understand what his sister wanted, only that she wanted the way Baelish wanted, the way the whole South had taught her to want, quietly and constantly and with both eyes open. He would tell her when he knew, not before. The decision sat badly in him, in the way withholding always had, and he let it sit badly, because a king who only made the decisions that sat well would be ruled by his own comfort, and comfort was the cheapest counselor a man could keep. So 3 men knew, and a 4th would be told when she had shown him which side of herself was the true one. The plan, the whole vast, reckless, impossible plan, would have to be carried south on those 4 shoulders, and a smuggler's knowledge of an island, against a garrison of stubborn dead men's soldiers, and a red priestess of uncertain loyalty, and a mountain full of fire that had killed every man Stannis ever sent into it. He looked at the iron crown on the table and the dead Septon's diary beside it, the proof of the North and the proof of the dragon lying a hand's breadth apart, and he understood that the distance between them, that one hand's breadth of table, was the whole of the road he now had to walk. He went down into the crypts that night, alone, with a torch. They were cold the way only the crypts of Winterfell were cold, a stillness 8,000 years deep, the kings of winter sitting in their stone niches with iron swords across their knees and stone direwolves at their feet, watching the dark with eyes that had no pupils. He walked past the old kings he had no blood claim to anymore, past the Starks who had stopped being his ancestors sometime around noon, and he did not feel the loss he expected, because the dead lords of Winterfell looked no different to a dragon than they had to a bastard. The dead did not care what you were. Only the living cared what you were. The dead only cared whether you remembered them. He found the newer tombs, where the statues were rougher and the faces nearer to faces he had known. Lord Rickard, his grandfather, burned by the Mad King. Brandon, his uncle, strangled trying to save him. And beside them in a tomb Ned Stark had built for her against all custom, because she was a daughter and daughters were not given the king's honor, and built it anyway because he loved her and had made her a promise, a statue of a young woman with a long, solemn face. Lyanna. Jon had stood here before, a boy, and looked at the stone face of an ant he had been told a sad short story about. A beautiful girl stolen by a dragon prince and dead before her time, the spark that lit a war. He had not known he was looking at his mother. He looked at her now in the torchlight, the long stark face, the grave mouth that the mason had carved a little wrong, too stern, when the woman in the vision had smiled at him with her last breath across 19 years, and he set the torch in the bracket, and he sat down on the cold floor in front of her tomb in the way a child sits, and he stayed there a long while and did not weep, because the weeping that did not come in the godswood did not come in the crypt either. And he had begun to understand that it might not come at all, that some griefs were too large and too late, and arrived not as water but as a permanent change in the weather of a man. "You asked him to lie for me," he said to the stone. His voice went into the dark and the dark took it. "He lied for 20 years. He let the whole world think the worst of him. He let his own wife think it. He let me grow up a bastard and a stranger in my own home, all of it to keep the promise he made to you in a tower full of blood. I used to be angry at him, when I was small, that he gave me a name that meant shame and never told me my mother's. I thought he didn't love me enough to give me her name." He looked at the stern, wrong mouth. "He loved me too much, that's what it was. He loved me enough to let everyone think he was less than he was, so that I could be alive to be angry at him. I never got to thank him. He died in the South with the secret still on him, and I never got to say it." The torch guttered and steadied. The kings of winter watched from their niches with their empty stone eyes. I'm going to take your other family's house, Jon said, and now his voice came steady and low and certain, a king's voice, the voice he had found in the hall above. Dragonstone, where they kept the dragons. There's fire sleeping in it, and I have the blood to wake it, and the dead are coming down out of the north for everything that lives, and there's no other way to stop them, Mother, there's no other way. The north can't beat the cold. Steel can't beat the cold. Only fire ever beat it, and the fire is yours, it's mine. It's the thing you and Rhaegar made when you burned the realm down loving each other. He stood and he took the torch from the bracket, and the light moved over the long, stern face of the woman who had died to give him his name. I was a bastard this morning. I'm a king tonight. Before this is done, I'm going to be the wolf and the dragon both, ice and fire, and I'm going to make the cold afraid of me the way the whole world was once afraid of the dragons. I won't apologize for it. You didn't apologize for loving him. I won't apologize for using what the two of you made. He carried the torch back up out of the dark, past the watching kings who were not his ancestors and did not care. And behind him in the cold, the stone face of his mother kept its stern carved silence, and the blue winter roses no one had planted there were not there, and the promise Ned Stark had carried so far went on being kept, in the only way left to keep it, by the son who had finally been told. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Blood of the Dragon. He told Sansa in the Godswood, because the Godswood was the one place in Winterfell where a maester's raven could not roost and a serving girl could not loiter, and because he wanted to watch her face when she heard it without a hall full of lords teaching her how to arrange it. She heard the whole of it without moving. The vision, the diary, the name, the claim. He gave it to her plainly, the way he gave bad news to soldiers, no softening, because softening was a way of asking the listener to manage your fear for you, and he had decided long ago not to ask that of anyone. When he finished, she stood a while looking at the red face carved in the white tree, and the snow caught in her auburn hair and did not melt, and Jon waited and learned a thing about his sister he had only suspected, that her silences were not empty, they were arithmetic. "You're not my brother," she said at last. Not a question. A figure entered in a ledger. "All this time, you're my cousin, father's nephew, Aunt Lyanna's son." She turned, and her face had gone somewhere he could not follow, somewhere old and tired and very fast. "Half of me wants to weep that I've lost a brother. The other half is already working out what it means, and the other half is louder, and I hate that the other half is louder, but it is, because the loud half is the one that's kept me alive. So I'll weep later. Tell me you understand what you're holding." "I think I do." "You don't. Not yet. Sit." There was nowhere to sit but a frost-rimed stone, and she took it as though it were a solar chair, and he understood she was about to teach him, and that he had been right to tell her, and that being right about that had cost him a brother he had not known he had until the hour he learned he had never truly had him. A claim is not a fact, Jon. A claim is a story, and a story is only as strong as the number of swords that believe it. You have the best story in the world, the true-born son of the heir to the Iron Throne, the wolf and the dragon both. It is also a story that gets you killed the instant you tell it to the wrong room. Do you know why? Because the North crowned a Stark. Because the North crowned a Stark, and would no more follow a dragon south than they would follow the others north. And because the woman on the Iron Throne would empty her treasury to have you murdered, not for the North, which she can't reach, but for the claim which she can. You are worth more dead to Cersei Lannister than the whole of the North is worth to her alive. The day she learns Rhaegar's son is breathing, she stops sending you contemptuous letters and starts sending men with knives. And there's the Silver Queen across the sea, if she lives, who thinks the throne is hers by right, and who has the one thing you don't. Sansa let it hang. So you have a claim that can't be spoken in the North, can't be pressed from the North, and gets you a knife the moment it's spoken anywhere. That's not a crown, Jon. That's a noose someone handed you and called a gift. A claim with a dragon behind it isn't a noose. Number her eyes changed. The arithmetic had reached the same answer his had reached 3 nights past in front of their mother's tomb, and arriving there together was the first thing they had ever truly shared. A claim with a dragon behind it is the only crown in 300 years that no one can argue with. That's why you're sailing to that rock. You worked it out before you told me. You wanted to see if I'd reach it too. She almost smiled and did not, because the cold had taught her that smiling at the truth was a way of letting the truth see your throat. Here is what you do. You do not tell the North you are a Targaryen, not one lord, not Manderly, who loves you because love is the first thing that talks. You tell them you sail to take a Southron stronghold out of the Queen's reach and to find a weapon against the dead. Both true. Both things a Stark king does. You sail as a wolf. If the mountain gives you fire, you come back a dragon, and a dragon they can see breathing in the sky is worth 10,000 parchments. If the mountain gives you nothing, you come back a wolf who tried, and the secret dies with the 4 of us. You risk the men. You don't risk the claim until the claim can defend itself. It was better than his own plan. He had meant to tell 2 or 3 lords to buy their ships with a share of the secret. Hers was cleaner. Keep the secret whole, sell the voyage on its honest face, let the fire do the arguing if the fire came. You'd make a better king than me, he said. I'd make a better player than you, she said. It isn't the same thing, and the day you can't tell the difference is the day someone like Baelish owns you. Now, you'll need ships, and ships mean Manderly, and Manderly will want to know why his king is sailing away from the war everyone can see toward a war nobody believes in. Let me tell you how to ask him. He asked Manderly the next morning over a table groaning with the only thing White Harbor still had in plenty, which was fish, and he asked him the way Sansa had taught him, by letting the fat lord arrive at the gift himself. You want my fleet, Manderly said, sucking a bone. Every keel. To carry an army to a rock in the narrow sea that's held by a dead king's leavings, while the dead walk down on the wall. He set the bone down. Your Grace, I have loved few men since they served my son to me at a wedding, and you are one of them, because you put the flayed man in the ground and you sent the Lannister queen 3 words and a closed door. So I'll be plain, the way the dead are plain. This is madness. Tell me why it isn't, or I'll keep my ships in the harbor where they can at least carry grain. Tell me first why you keep the ships at all, Jon said. Winter's come, the sea's closing. A careful lord beaches his fleet and waits for spring. A careful lord, I'm not careful, I'm vengeful. I keep my ships because one day the road south opens, and I mean to be the man who carries northern steel to the gates of the people who butchered my blood. Manderly's wet eyes had gone hard. You know this, you're making me say it so I'll hear what I sound like. I'm making you say it because Dragonstone is the road south. Jon leaned in. Look at the map, my lord. The Queen can't reach us by land. The Riverlands are a swamp of corpses, and the Kingsroad's 1,000 miles of weather. The only way an army comes north to us, or we come south to them, is by sea. And the key to the narrow sea isn't King's Landing. It's the island that sits in the throat of it. Whoever holds Dragonstone holds the door between the south and the north. Right now it's held by 300 stubborn men loyal to a corpse. If Euron Greyjoy takes it, and he will because he covets it, then the Ironborn sit astride your sea road with a war fleet and Cersei's gold, and your vengeance dies in the harbor with your beached ships. If we take it, we hold the door. We close it on the Queen and we open it on her whenever we choose. He let that land, and then he gave the fat lord the second blade, the true one. And there's the other thing. The thing nobody in that hall will say out loud because saying it makes them children afraid of the dark. The dead are coming. Steel slows them. Fire stops them. There's fire sleeping in that mountain, my lord, old fire the dragons came from. I mean to wake it if I can, not for a throne, for the wall. Because the North can be the bravest kingdom that ever stood, and it will still lose to the cold, unless someone brings fire to the fight. And the only fire left in the world is on that rock. Manderley was quiet a long moment. Then he laughed, the deep wet laugh that shook the boards, and there was something underneath it that was not amusement. Fire from the mountain, dragons from the dead stone. My grandmother told me that tale when I was a fat little boy on her knee, and I have not thought of it in 60 years, and here is my king telling it to me with a straight face and asking me to wager a fleet on it. He wiped his eyes. And the mad part, your grace, the part that frightens me, is that I believe you mean it, and the part that frightens me more is that I find I want to believe the tale. You have the ships, all of them. Wake your dragon. Hold the door. Carry me south to my vengeance before I die of waiting. But know this. The humor went out of him like a tide. If you sail North's last strength to a rock and lose it to the sea or the stone, you'll have done to the North what the Boltons couldn't. You'll have emptied it, be sure, be very sure. I'm not sure, Jon said. I'm decided. They're different things, and a king who waits to be sure dies waiting, the same as the careful lord with his ships beached in the harbor. Manderley looked at him for a long moment, and then he inclined his great head, the closest a Manderley came to a bow at his own table. He said, they are different things. Robb was sure. You're decided. I think I like decided better. Sure got my grandson killed. The Lord's counsel went harder, because lords in a body are braver and stupider than lords alone, and Jon had to take the thing he had given Manderley in private and survive it in public. He laid it out in the great hall under the direwolf banners, the map of the realm unrolled and weighted with daggers. He did not mention dragons. He spoke of the door in the sea, of Euron Greyjoy's covetous eye, of denying the queen her only road north, of finding the means to fight what came down from beyond the wall. He spoke as a wolf, and the lords who had crowned the wolf picked at it like wolves. You take our men south. Robert Glover, narrow and hard, the same resentment in him that came late to every loyalty and then defended it too fiercely. While the dead come down on us, you'd strip the north to garrison a Southron rock. My lord, I came late to your father, and I have sworn I'll not come late to you, so hear me when I say this is folly. Every spear that sails with you is a spear not on the wall. Every spear on the wall is a spear that dies on the wall, Jon said, if all it has is steel. Hear me, Lord Glover, I'm not taking the North's strength. I'm taking 1/10 of it, the part that can fight at sea, and the free folk, who are no use to you behind a wall they've spent their lives trying to climb. The bulk of the North stays here under my regent, mustering, training, mining the dragonglass out of the earth at the wall, which kills the cold things where steel only slows them. I'm not abandoning the war. I'm going to fetch the only weapon that can win it. Dragonglass. Barbary Dustin, dry as a crypt from her corner of grievance. And fire from a mountain, I'm told, though his grace is too wise to say it in a hall. I had it from a man who had it from the Onion Knight's cup. Her eyes moved over the table, pricing them all. Let us speak the tale plainly, since the king won't. He means to sail to the Dragon King's island and wake a dragon, a Stark king, sailing to wake the very fire that burned the Stark king's pride 300 years ago and made the North kneel. She turned the long knife of her attention on Jon. I knew your father, your grace. I knew your aunt, the one the dragon prince stole, the one this whole ruined age was born from. There is more dragon in this family's griefs than any of these proud fools remember. Tell me, when you sit on that island where the dragons were bred, will you still be a wolf? Or will the fire find the part of you that always sat a little apart from the rest of us, the part that was never quite a Stark, and make it something we'll wish we'd never crowned? The hall went very quiet, because she had said a true thing sideways, in the manner of clever, cruel people, and not one of them knew how true, and Jon had to answer it without letting them learn. I sat apart because I was a bastard, my lady. he said, raised in a great house that never let me forget I didn't belong in it. You'd have sat apart too. As for what I'll be when I come back, I'll be what I am now, a man who held a gate. The North made me its king because I held the gate at the wall when no one else would. I'm sailing to fetch the only thing that lets us hold every gate, against the only enemy that doesn't tire. You can call that dragon's work if it pleases you. I call it a king doing the one thing a king is for, which is keeping his people alive by whatever means the gods put in his reach. If the gods put fire in my reach, I'll use the fire. I'll not apologize to the dead for the weapon that saves the living. It was Lyanna Mormont who closed it, because she had a gift for closing things. She stood on her bench, 10 years old, and she looked at Barbary Dustin with the flat contempt of a child who has not yet learned to fear clever adults. Lady Dustin's afraid of fire, she said. I'm afraid of the dead. I've heard what's coming. So has she just thinks it won't reach Barrowden, because cowards always think the cold stops one keep short of theirs. Bear Island says the king should go and fetch whatever weapon the world will give him, and Bear Island will send 40 fighting men and a longship to go with him. And the next lord who calls it folly can explain to me why his fear of an old story is worth more than my mother's life was, and my uncle's, and all the stark dead this family keeps mourning and never learning from. She sat. 40 men and a ship, who else? White Harbor's fleet. Bear Island's 40. The Glovers shamed into a contingent. The mountain clans, who would follow a man into the sea if he'd led them well on land, and Jon had. The free folk, Tormund's thousands, who had no love of the North and a great love of the man who'd opened the wall to them. By the end of the hall, Jon had an army that could cross a sea, and a kingdom that would hold without it, and a council that had argued itself, lord by lord, into a thing it would now defend as its own idea, which was the only kind of decision a king could truly rely on. Naming the regent was the knife under the table, and everyone in the hall knew it, and Jon had decided how to throw it before he walked in. While I'm at sea, he said, the North is governed in my name by my sister, the Lady Sansa Stark, Wardness of the North. He said it flat and final, no room in it for debate, in the way his father had said the things that were not to be debated. She held this castle in her heart through 4 years in the worst court in the world and came out cleverer than the people who tried to kill her. She has the only thing a regent needs, which is that she loves the North more than she loves herself, and I've watched her, and it's true. You'll obey her as you'd obey me. Any man who thinks a woman can't hold the North can take it up with Lady Mormont, who I notice is also a woman, and who has just shamed the lot of you into a war. Laughter at that, the good kind, and the matter was done, and across the hall Petter Baelish smiled his modest smile, and Jon watched him do it and read the smile the way Sansa had taught him. Baelish was pleased. That was the thing to notice. A man who wanted the North for himself, who had come north to make Sansa his queen on her own seat and rule through her, should have been displeased to see his king sail away and leave that very seat in that very woman's hands. He should have been displeased, and he was pleased, and the pleasure meant he thought the arrangement served him. He thought a king at sea was a king who might not come back, and a regent in Winterfell was a regent who could be courted, advised, isolated, owned, and that when the king's ship failed to return, the woman holding the North would have no one to turn to but the man who had given her the knights that saved it. He was pleased because he thought Jon was handing him the board. Let him think it, Jon decided. Let him spend the winter courting a woman who had learned the game in his own school and surpassed the master, and who hated him with a patience that frightened even her brother. A trap that the prey builds himself is the only trap that never springs early. He would deal with Baelish when he came back with fire. Until then, the man's pleasure was a leash, and Jon had just let him pick it up. He told Sansa after on the wall, Baelish thinks I've gifted him the North. He thinks you've gifted him me, she said. The wind off the walls took her words and gave them back thinner. He's wanted me since I was a child wearing my mother's face. He thinks with you gone he has all winter to make himself necessary. He thinks I'm the prize at the end of his long patience." She looked north, into the dark, the way they both did now without deciding to. "He's wrong about one thing, Jon. He thinks I'm Catelyn or Lysa, a woman to be won by a man who's clever and constant. I'm not. I'm the thing his school made when it tried to break me and didn't. When you're gone, I'll let him teach me everything he knows. Every name he owns, every coin he hides, every lord he's bought. And when you come back, I'll hand you the whole of it, and then we'll decide together what a man like that is worth alive." Her face did not soften, but something in her voice had teeth. "I've waited 4 years to stop being someone's prize. I can wait 1 winter more to be the one who collects." "You frighten me a little," Jon said, and meant it as the compliment it was. "Good," said Sansa. "Frighten the people who'd hurt you and reassure the people who'd help you, and never, ever mix up which is which. That's the whole of statecraft. The rest is just remembering names." She turned to him, and for a moment the player went out of her, and the sister, the cousin, whatever she was now, looked at him plainly. "Come back. Whatever you wake on that rock, whatever it makes you, come back and be it here. The North crowned a man who'd hold the gate. Don't let the fire make you forget you're still that man. Father lost himself to honor. Don't lose yourself to fire. Lose yourself to neither. Just come back." White Harbor in the days before sailing was a city turned inside out. Every quay a knot of men and barrels and horses. The smell of pitch and salt fish and wet rope thick enough to chew. Jon spent those days where a king should spend them, not in the new castle being feasted, but on the docks being seen, counting barrels of salt beef with his own eyes, because an army that crosses a winter sea on faith and runs out of food halfway is an army that arrives as a floating grave. Tormund found him there on the 2nd day, picking his way down a gangplank past a string of seasick free folk who had never in their lives been on water deeper than a river ford, and did not care for the education. "My people think you've gone mad," Tormund said by way of greeting, planting himself at the rail with the ease of a man who feared nothing on land and had decided not to start fearing things at sea either. "Putting us in wooden boxes and floating us off to fight on a burning rock at the bottom of the world. Half of them would rather face the dead. At least the dead come to you on solid ground. And the other half came because you asked." Tormund spat over the side and watched it go. "That's the strange thing about you, Snow. You Crow Lords spent 300 years killing us at that wall, and then you opened the gate, and now my spearwives would walk into the sea on your word, and they don't even know why. I know why. You're the first kneeler who ever looked at a free man and saw a man and not a wildling. They'd die for that. So would I, the gods help me, and I've never wanted to die for a king in my life." He squinted south, where the horizon was a gray line under a grayer sky. "But I'll tell you what I told them. If we're going to die on this rock of yours, it had better be for something. Not a chair. We don't kneel for chairs. You said there's a weapon there that kills the dead. That's worth a sea. That's worth boxes. Is it true, or is it the kind of thing kings say to get men onto ships?" "It's true," Jon said. "Or I believe it's true, which is the most honest thing a man can say about a thing he hasn't seen yet. There's fire sleeping on that island. The kind of fire that doesn't just slow the dead. The kind that ends them. If I can wake it, the war beyond the wall stops being a war we lose slowly and starts being one we can win." He looked at the big wildling. "I won't lie to you and say it's certain. You'd smell the lie. I'll say it's the best chance the living have, and the only one I could find, and I'd rather spend my life chasing it than spend it waiting behind a wall for the cold to take everyone I've ever cared about. If that's not enough for your people, put them ashore. I'll carry no man across a winter sea on a lie." Tormund studied him a while with his pale northern eyes, the way the free folk studied weather and enemies, looking for the thing under the thing. Then he grunted, which from Tormund was a treaty. "It's enough," he said. "It's enough because you offered to put us ashore. A liar never offers that. Keep your boxes. We'll come. He clapped a hand on Jon's shoulder hard enough to stagger him. Wake your fire, Snow, and when you do, point it south first at whatever's fool enough to stand between us and that rock. My spearwives have been seasick 3 days. They'll want someone to kill for it. That night Sam came to him in the cabin Manderley had given over, a lamp in one hand and the dead Septon's diary wrapped in oilcloth in the other, and he set the wrapped thing on the table between them as though it were a sleeping infant. "I'm not coming," he said, before Jon could speak. "I want to, but Bran says I have to go back to the Citadel, that there are things in those vaults the Meisters have hidden about the dead, about the long night the last time it came, and that we'll need them more than we need one more frightened man on a boat. He's usually right. It's the worst thing about him." He pushed the wrapped diary across the table. "Take it. The proof. I've copies hidden, but the original should be with you, because the day comes you'll need to show a lord something he can hold, and a copy can be called a forgery, and the true thing, the thing with a dead man's own hand on it, that's harder to wave away." His round face worked. "You were the first friend I ever had who didn't hit me. Don't die on that rock. Wake your dragon and come home and be a king, and let me come and read in your library and complain about the cold. That's all I want. The world's smallest ambition. Try not to die before I can have it." Jon took the diary, and the weight of it in his hands was the weight of who he was, parchment and a dead man's careful hand, and he set it in his sea chest beside the only other thing he had brought from the north that mattered. The iron crown the boy king of the wolves had been given in a frightened hall, and he closed the lid on the two of them together, the wolf and the dragon, and said good night to his friend. They sailed from White Harbor 2 days later, on the last clean tide before the storms, the merman banners snapping green and white over the largest fleet the North had put to sea in 100 years. Jon stood in the prow of Manderley's flagship with Ghost a white shadow against the rail, and watched the gray city fall away behind him. The Seal Rock and the Wolf's Den, and the long stone breakwater black with small folk, come to watch their king sail off to a war they did not understand, to fetch a weapon they did not believe in. The wind came hard out of the north and filled the sails and drove them south and east into the iron-colored sea, and the cold spray broke over the prow and froze in his beard, and somewhere astern the last of the north sank under the curve of the world. Davos came and stood beside him, an old sailor easy on a pitching deck where a king had to hold the rail. "Second thoughts, your grace. It's the right time for them, after the harbor and before the open water. That's when a man's allowed his last doubt. After that the sea decides. No second thoughts, first ones still." Jon watched the dark water heave. "I keep turning it over. A bastard who became a king who's really a dragon, sailing to wake a thing that's killed every man who's gone looking for it, on the word of a red woman who got the last prophecy wrong, to fetch fire to fight an enemy half my own lords think is a children's tale. Set it out plainly, and it's the reasoning of a madman. The mad king's grandson, hearing voices, chasing fire." He looked at the old smuggler. "How do I know I'm not mad, Davos? The dragons drove half of them mad. How does a man tell the difference from the inside between a great purpose and a great madness?" Davos considered it in the way he considered everything, slowly, turning it like a coin to see both faces. "You can't from the inside," he said. "No man can. The mad and the great both feel certain, and certainty's a liar that wears the same face for both. So you don't ask whether you feel sure. You already told Manderley that. You ask a different question." He nodded at the deck below them, where Northmen and free folk crowded the rails, seasick and singing, sailing into a winter sea on the word of one man. You ask whether the people you'd spend on it would thank you for the spending if they knew the whole of it. The mad king burned men who'd have run screaming from his fire. You're carrying men who climbed onto these ships with their eyes open because they'd rather die fetching a weapon than wait behind a wall to be murdered by the dead. That's the difference, Your Grace. Madness spends people who'd refuse. Purpose spends people who'd volunteer. As long as you can still tell the second from the first, you're not your grandfather. The day you can't is the day to throw yourself in the sea. Jon looked out over the heaving water toward the place where, days ahead, a black island sat smoking in the throat of the narrow sea, holding a sleeping fire and a wary garrison and the whole of his second life. The wind drove the fleet on. Ghost lifted his head and tasted the salt in the distance, and his red eyes fixed on the southern dark, and far ahead, below the curve of the cold horizon, the Dragonmont breathed its endless thread of ash into a sky that had forgotten the sight of wings. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The narrow the sea taught Jon humility in the first 3 days, which was more than the lords of the north had managed in a lifetime. He had thought he knew cold. He had held the wall. He learned on the 4th night out of White Harbor that the cold of the land was a patient cold, a cold that let you build a fire and curse it, and that the cold of the winter sea was a different animal, a cold that came at you sideways with the spray and got into the wool and stayed, a cold with no fire to curse because every flame on a wooden ship was a danger worse than freezing. The Northmen endured it the way they endured everything, in grim silence. The free folk who had never sailed were sick past caring whether they froze, and Tormund went among them bellowing that any spearwife who died of a little water would be too ashamed to find her way to whatever hell the kneelers believed in, which did not cure the sickness but seemed to insult them back toward living. Davos kept the fleet together through it, which Jon came to understand was the truest miracle of the crossing. 100 ships in a winter sea wanted to become 100 separate deaths, scattered by the dark and the squalls, and the old smuggler held them in a loose, tight skein by lanterns and signal horns, and an instinct for weather that no Meister's book could teach. Jon watched him do it and learned a thing about the kinds of power. There was the power of the hall, which was the power to make men agree. And there was this, the power of the deck, which was the power to keep men alive against a thing that did not argue and could not be persuaded, and which respected no crown. The sea did not care that he was a king. The sea was the first honest subject he had ruled, in that it would drown him exactly as readily as it would drown the lowest oarsman, and he found he was grateful for it, in the way a man is grateful for one plain enemy in a life of subtle ones. On the 6th day, the lookout cried sail, and the plain enemy gave way to the subtle ones again. They came out of the south and east, fast, lean, black-hulled, a dozen longships cutting the gray water with the unmistakable rake of iron-born reavers, and Jon stood at the rail and watched them come and understood that the war he had argued for in a warm hall had arrived to be paid for in the cold. Davos was beside him before the horn had finished, reading the ships the way he read everything. Reavers. A scouting wolf pack off the Iron Fleet, not the whole of it, thank the gods. They've seen us. They're not running. His weathered face had gone still. That's the wrong thing, Your Grace. 12 ships don't attack 100 unless they know something we don't, or unless the man who sent them doesn't care what they cost. Euron, Davos agreed. He spends ships like a drunk spends coppers. These 12 aren't here to win. They're here to bleed us and count us and carry word back of who we are and where we're bound. The horns of the reavers sounded across the water, harsh and exultant, the cry of men who had decided the difference between killing and dying was a matter too dull to dwell on. We can't let even one of them turn for home. If Euron learns the king in the north is sailing for Dragonstone with a fleet, he'll be there before us with the whole Iron Fleet, and will arrive to find the door already barred by a worse man than the one holding it now. It was a thing Robb would have known how to do, Jon thought, and then he put Robb away because the dead brother's ghost was a luxury and the living men on the deck were not. Then we take them, he said. All 12. We don't let them choose the fight. We close and we board and we end it fast, before they can scatter and run. What followed was not the battle of the songs. Jon had been in enough killing by now to know that the songs were lies told by men who had not been there, and the truth of the next hour was cold and graceless and loud. The reavers were faster and they knew it, and they used the speed to dart between the heavy northern ships, raking the oars, loosing fire arrows into the rigging, trying to turn 100 ships into 100 panics. Manderley's captains were slow, and the reavers were quick, and for a while the gray water between the fleets was a churn of arrows and burning canvas and men going into the sea in their mail to sink without a sound. Jon gave the orders that mattered, which were few, because in a sea fight a king who tried to command every ship commanded none. He told the captains to grapple and hold rather than chase, to make the reaver's speed worthless by giving it nothing to dart through, to turn the open water into a single locked deck where 100 outweighed 12. It worked the way iron works against quickness, slowly and then all at once. Jon fought where a king should not, which is to say in the front of it, because the men he had carried across a sea on his word would not have forgiven a king who watched from the stern, and a crown bought with other men's deaths had to be paid for sometimes in the king's own blood, or it was not worth the iron. A reaver longship came alongside the flagship in the smoke, and the Ironborn came over the rail screaming, salt-bearded and savage, and Jon met them with Longclaw. The pale Valyrian blade his old lord commander had given a younger man for a different war, and the blade did what Valyrian steel did, which was to make a hard thing easy and an honest fight into something closer to butchery. Ghost was a white horror in the press, taking men down by the throat, and Tormund's spearwives came howling across the locked decks with a joy that the Ironborn, who thought themselves the only people in the world who loved the killing for itself, had clearly not expected to meet in others. They took the reaver ships one by one, and it cost them. Jon counted the cost while the blood was still warm on the decks, because a king who did not count the cost while it hurt would learn to stop counting it, and a king who stopped counting was a king on his way to becoming the kind of thing he had crossed a sea to fight. 40 Northmen dead, a dozen free folk, 2 ships burned to the waterline and their crews drowned or dragged out half-frozen. For 12 reaver ships and perhaps 200 Ironborn dead, and 11 captives, and the most important thing of all, which was that not one reaver longship had broken away to carry word south. Not quite the most important thing. The most important thing was the captive Davos picked out of the 11, a thin, sharp-faced reaver with a salt priest's drowned god knots tattooed up both arms, who looked at the bodies of his brothers without grief, and at the king in the north with a bright, unholy curiosity that did not belong on the face of a beaten man. They brought the salt priest's man to Jon in the flagship's cabin, bound, dripping, grinning, and Jon learned in the next hour that there were enemies in the world the cold honesty of the sea had not prepared him for. "You're the dead wolf," the captive said before Jon could speak. His eyes were wrong, too wide, lit from somewhere behind. "The crow who died and didn't stay dead. Word of you crossed the water before you did. The crow's eye knows you. He's known you since before you knew yourself." He laughed, a wet rattling sound. "He'll be so pleased. He's been waiting for someone worth the trouble. The little queen with her lizards went the wrong way, off to the slave cities to play at justice, and he'd near given up, and then a dead man stood up in the snow and started sailing toward the only thing the crow's eye has ever wanted." "And what does the crow's eye want?" Jon kept his voice flat. The man's madness was a kind of weather, and he meant to read it in the way Davos read a sky. "Dragons." The word came out of the captive like a prayer and a hunger together. "The same as you, dead wolf. The same as you. He sailed the whole world. He's drunk shade of the evening till his lips went blue and seen things that would unmake your little Stark soul, and out of all of it he learned one true thing, the only thing worth learning. The age of men is ending. The cold comes from the north and the fire's gone out of the world, and whoever holds the last of the fire holds everything that comes after. The Reaver leaned as far as his bonds allowed, and his grin was a wound. He has a horn, you know, dragon binder, a great hell horn bound in Valyrian glyphs that screams when you blow it, and the man who blows it can bind a dragon to his will, the legends say, though the blowing of it burns the lungs of whoever sounds it, so he keeps slaves for that. He doesn't have a dragon yet, but there's an island that's never gone cold, dead wolf, an island with fire still sleeping in the stone, and the crow's eye is coming for it. And now so are you, and oh, he is going to enjoy you. He told the priests. He said, send me men who matter, the rest are kindling. Davos had gone the color of old ash. Jon kept his face shut, but the thing the captive had said sat in him like a stone dropped down a well, falling and falling. Euron Greyjoy did not merely covet Dragonstone as a base. He coveted the same thing Jon coveted, the fire, the dragons, the last weapon in a dying world, and he meant to take them not with a claim of blood but with a hell horn and a fleet and a soul he had apparently spent years deliberately burning hollow to make room for exactly this. Jon had thought he was sailing to a contest with a stubborn castellan over a strategic rock. He understood now that he was in a race for the soul of the age against a man who had looked at the end of the world and decided to rule the ashes. How far behind us is he? Jon asked. The captive only smiled and went on smiling, and Jon understood he would get nothing more that was not poison, and had the man taken away. When the cabin was empty but for the two of them, Davos sat down heavily, an old man who had seen too much sea to be easily frightened and was frightened. I served Stannis when men still feared the Iron Fleet under Balon Greyjoy, he said. Balon was a hard, cruel Reaver who wanted a crown. I understood Balon, this one. He shook his head. This one I don't understand, and I've learned to fear the men I can't understand more than the ones I can. A man who wants a crown you can bargain with, threaten, beat. A man who wants the end of the world and a throne in the ashes, what do you offer him? What does he fear? I don't know, your grace, and not knowing is how men like Stannis die. He looked up. We have to be there first. That's the whole of it now. Whatever the garrison is, whatever the mountain is, none of it matters if Euron Greyjoy gets to the fire before you do. He doesn't have the blood. You keep saying that's what matters, the blood. Pray you're right, because if a hell horn and a black soul can do what the blood does, then you've crossed a sea to hand the last fire in the world to a worse man than any in it. Then we sail through the night, Jon said. Every night. We don't beach, we don't wait out the weather, we drive the fleet south until it can't be driven, and then we drive it further. I'd rather lose ships to the sea than lose the island to him. He stood. Tell the captains, we race. They raced, and the sea took its toll for the disrespect. And on the 9th night out of White Harbor the storm they had been outrunning since the bite caught them at last. It came out of the northwest in the black hours, a winter gale with teeth, and it scattered the careful skein Davos had held for 9 days as though a god had swept an arm across a table. Jon spent that night lashed to the mast of the flagship watching the world end and remake itself with every wave, mountains of black water rising out of the dark to fall on the deck and drain away with a man or two fewer aboard each time. The wind, a single endless scream that made speech a joke. He had been afraid before in his life, of the dead, of the dark, of the knives at Castle Black that had ended his first life. This was a different thing, a fear with no enemy in it, the clean animal fear of a small, warm thing in the grip of something vast and indifferent. And somewhere in the middle of that long night he found, underneath the fear, a strange steadiness. The sea did not hate him. The sea did not know he existed. There was a freedom in that he had not expected. the freedom of a man who for one night did not have to be a king or a dragon or a claim, who had only to hold the rope and live until morning. And he held the rope, and he lived until morning. And when the gray light came, the storm went out of the world as suddenly as it had come into it. And he untied himself with hands that would not close all the way and went to count what the night had cost. 11 ships gone. Some sunk, some only scattered, lost in the dark and to be gathered again over the coming days or mourned. Hundreds of men, the sea's tithe for being crossed in winter by a king in a hurry. Jon stood the count and named the dead he could name and did not look away from any of it. Manderly, gray-faced and seasick and indestructible, came to stand beside him at the rail. "My father used to say the narrow sea keeps accounts," the fat lord said. "Sails over it in winter, she sends you a bill. We've paid a heavy one, your grace." He squinted south into the lifting murk. "I only hope the thing we're buying is worth the price. A king has to believe that, I think, or he can't sail another league." "Tell me you believe it." "I believe it," Jon said, and found, with the storm behind him and the dead counted, that he did, more than he had in the warm hall at Winterfell where it had only been a clever argument. He had paid for the island now, in blood and ships and one black night roped to a mast. A thing you have paid for in coin like that stops being an argument and starts being a debt, and a debt to the dead was the one debt Jon Snow had never in his life left unpaid. "Hold the course, my lord. We're close. I can feel it the way you feel a storm coming. We're close." They had 2 more days of cold, clear sailing before the island, and Jon spent the first of them in the flagship's cabin with Davos and a chart of Dragonstone the old smuggler had drawn from memory, learning the thing he meant to take before he had to take it. "It's a harder rock to crack than it looks, and it looks impossible," Davos said, weighting the chart's corners with cups. He had served here, walked these walls, and his finger moved over the drawn lines with the certainty of a man describing his own scars. "One harbor, here. The only place a fleet can land, and the Valyrians knew it, so they shaped the approach into a throat. You come in past 2 great stone dragons, the sea dragon and her mate, towers as tall as the tide, and any ship that wants the harbor has to pass between them in single file under whatever the garrison cares to drop on it. A handful of determined men on those towers can hold the throat against a navy. Stannis garrison them heavily. Storm will too, if he's the soldier you think. Then we don't take the throat by sea," Jon said. "We land elsewhere and take the towers from the land side." "There's the trouble. There is no elsewhere, not for ships. The rest of the island's cliffs, black glass cliffs straight out of the water, no beach, no cove." But Davos's finger moved to a thin line on the chart's southern face. "There are fisher paths, goat tracks down the cliffs the islanders use, too narrow and too foul for a force, but a small party could land from boats in the dark here, in the lee of the Dragonmont and climb, and come at the harbor towers from behind while the fleet draws every eye to the throat. I led smuggling runs up 2 of those paths in my younger days, before Stannis made an honest man of me and regretted it." He looked up. "It's how I'd take it. The fleet makes a great show at the harbor mouth. A climbing party takes the towers from the land in the dark and opens the throat. Then the fleet comes in and it's a fight in the yard, not a slaughter in the water. And the garrison itself, Storm's men, stubborn, that's the whole of them and the danger of them. Stannis kept the kind of men who'd hold a hopeless wall out of spite because Stannis was that kind of man and like calls to like. They've no cause left. Their king's dead, his cause is ash, the realm's forgotten them. All they have is the holding, the bare fact of having held, and men with nothing left but that will sometimes die for it harder than men with everything." Davos turned his cup. "Storm himself, though. Sir Roland's a soldier before he's a fanatic, base-born like you were, raised up by a king who saw his worth. He'll fight you well and he'll fight you honestly, and if you give him a reason to live that doesn't shame the dead king he served, he might take it. Don't offer him gold. Offer him a war worth more than the one he's lost. He's a man who needs a cause the way other men need bread. And the Red Woman. The old man's face closed. Melisandre is her own garrison, and I can chart you nothing of her. She'll have seen us coming in her fires a moon ago. She wants something on that island, your grace, and it isn't the castle and it isn't Storm. It's you, or what you might wake. A woman who watched her last prince die in the snow does not sit on a smoking mountain for half a year by accident. Be careful what you take from her hand. Everything she gives to make a prophecy come true, and prophecies don't care whether the men inside them live. He rolled the chart. But she'll open doors for you no siege could open. The trick will be walking through them and still belonging to yourself on the far side. Jon looked at the drawn dragons guarding the drawn throat and the thin smuggler's line creeping up the cliff in the dark, and he felt the plan settle into him the way the cold settled into the wool, all the way through. A show at the front, a knife in the dark at the back, a soldier who could be reasoned with and a priestess who could not. He had taken Winterfell by much the same arithmetic. The scale was larger and the stone was stranger, and underneath all of it the mountain was burning in a way no mountain should, but the arithmetic was the same, and arithmetic was the one inheritance neither the wolf nor the dragon had given him. He had taught it to himself, counting barrels at the wall, and it had not failed him yet. "Pick your climbers," he said. "Free folk, the best of them, the ones who have spent their lives on worse cliffs than any goat track. I'll lead them." "You will not," Davos said, with the flat certainty of an old man who had buried one king and did not mean to bury another. A king does not climb a wet cliff in the dark to be the first man through a postern. If you fall, every man on every ship in that harbor has crossed a winter sea for a corpse, and the dead win the whole war for the cost of one loose stone. You'll lead the fleet into the throat, where men can see their king and take heart from him. Let the climbers climb. That's not cowardice, your grace. That's the difference between a man and a crown, and you stopped being only a man the day the iron went on your head. Jon did not like it, and he heard the truth in it, and he had learned that the two went together more often than not. "Tormund leads the climb, then," he said. "And tell him if he opens that throat before dawn, I'll let him tell the story for the rest of his life. And tell him I said the rest of his life would be the dull part by comparison." They sighted Dragonstone at dawn on the 12th day, and the sight of it stopped the breath in the throats of men who had crossed a winter sea and thought there was nothing left in the world that could. It rose out of the gray water alone, a single great island with a single great mountain at its heart, and the mountain was burning. Not burning as a thing burns that is being consumed. Burning as a thing burns that has been burning since before there were men to name it. A slow, eternal smolder. A thread of dark smoke rising straight up into the windless dawn from the broken crown of the Dragonmont, lit from within by a sullen red glow that pulsed, faintly, in the way a sleeping thing breathes. Around the foot of the mountain the land was black, black stone, black sand, black cliffs that fell sheer into a sea gone the color of beaten lead, and on a spur of that black rock above the only harbor stood the castle, and the castle was the thing that undid them. It had not been built. That was the wrongness of it, the thing the eye refused at first and then could not unsee. Other castles were stacked, stone on stone, the work of hands and years, and you could read the labor in them. Dragonstone had been shaped. The black walls flowed where walls should have been straight, rose into towers that were not towers but the necks and wings and coiled tails of dragons. 1,000 of them, 10,000. Dragons worked into every surface until the whole vast pile was less a fortress than a single frozen scream of dragons. Wings spread, jaws wide, frozen in the black glass-smooth stone in the act of taking flight or falling or fighting, and where men had set gargoyles on other castles to frighten away evil. Here the gargoyles were dragons too, and they did not frighten evil away. They watched. The morning light moved on them as the fleet drew in, and the watching seemed to turn. And Jon stood in the prow and felt the full weight of the thing he had come to take settle on him. The sense of a place that did not belong to the age of men at all, that had been raised by a people who kept dragons as men kept dogs, and had built a house to say so to the world, a people the world had thought it was rid of. Valyrian work, Davos said quietly at his shoulder, and even the old smuggler who had lived here years had lowered his voice in the way men lower their voices in a September. They didn't carve it. The Meisters say they raised it with fire and sorcery, sang the stone up out of the ground the way you'd sing a child to sleep in the days before the doom, when the freehold could do things the world's forgotten how to fear. I lived here 4 years, your grace, and I never once walked those halls at night without a torch and a prayer, and I'm not a praying man. He looked at the burning mountain. And in all 4 years I never saw the mountain glow like that. It smoked. It never glowed. His weathered hand found the rail and gripped it. Something's changed on that rock since I left it. Something's woken or waking. I can feel it from here, and I don't have the blood, and I'm afraid of what it's going to feel like to you. Jon could feel it. That was the thing he did not say, the thing he would not say even to Davos, because some things named aloud became true in a way that could not be taken back. From the moment the island had broken the horizon he had felt it, a pull, low and constant, under the breastbone in the blood, a sense of something on that island turning toward him the way a sleeper turns toward a voice it knows, the way the dying woman in the tower had turned her gray eyes toward him across 19 years. The mountain knew he was coming. The fire knew its blood was on the water. He did not understand how he knew this, and he knew it the way he knew his own name, the new name, the true one, the one his mother had spent her last breath giving him. Aegon. The dragon has 3 heads. Rhaegar had said it before the trident, and a dead septon had written down a marriage, and a tree had remembered a tower, and now the last head of the dragon was riding the gray water toward the cradle of his blood with 100 ships and a stolen sister's crown in his sea chest, and the cradle was glowing for the first time in 100 years. On the black walls, horns began to sound, thin at first, then more, the garrison waking to the sight of a fleet filling its harbor, the stubborn dead king's men taking up their posts to defend a corpse's claim to a place that had never truly been the corpse's at all. Jon watched the small figures of them appear along the dragon-shaped battlements, and he counted them as he counted everything, and there were fewer than Davos had feared, and more than enough to make the taking of the gate a bloody mourning. "Run up a peace banner," he said. "And my own beside it, the white wolf on gray. I'll talk to their castellan before I spend one man's life on those walls. Sir Roland Storm is a soldier, and a soldier can be reasoned with, and I'd rather walk into that castle than burn my way in." He looked at the glowing mountain, and the pull under his breastbone answered, low and patient and old. "We parley first. We storm if we must. Either way, by tomorrow's dawn, I mean to be standing on that rock." The fleet came on into the harbor of Dragonstone under a banner of peace and a banner of the wolf, and the dragon-haunted walls grew up black and enormous over the small wooden ships, and high above them, all the Dragonmont breathed its red breath into the cold morning, and waited, with the terrible patience of fire, for the thing that had finally come home to wake it. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. The gates of the Dragonmont Sir Roland Storm came out to parley because honor required it, and because, Jon suspected, a man who had been holding a hopeless castle for half a year was curious what 100 ships had crossed a winter sea to say to him. They met on the black strand below the harbor towers, 6 men aside, the dragon walls rising sheer behind the castellan and the lead gray sea behind Jon, and the wind off the Dragonmont carried the smell of sulfur and old fire down to the water. Storm was a big man going to gray, scarred, plain armored, no device on his surcoat but the smoking heart of the dead king he still served, and he looked at the wolf banner and the iron crown and the great white direwolf at Jon's heel with the flat assessing eyes of a soldier pricing a problem. "You're the northern boy who calls himself a king," Storm said. "No courtesy in it, no insult either, only the fact. I'll save us both the dance. I know why you've come. There's only ever one reason ships come to Dragonstone, and it isn't the fishing. You've come for the same thing every fool who's held this rock has wanted. You want what's under the mountain." He spat into the black sand. "There's nothing under the mountain but a bad death. I've sent men down. I've stopped sending them. So turn your ships around, King in the north, and take your war back to your snow, because I serve King Stannis Baratheon, the one true king, and while I draw breath this island is his." "Stannis is dead," Jon said. "Aye," Storm's jaw worked. "And 100 years from now I'll still be his man because that's what the word means, or it means nothing. You Northmen used to understand that. You hanged your honor on it. Has it changed since you started wearing crowns?" It was a fair cut, and Jon let it land, because a man who could not take a true thing said against him had no business asking other men to die. "It hasn't changed," he said. "I'm here because of it, not in spite of it. You serve a dead king out of loyalty. I respect that more than you know. But I'll ask you a soldier's question, Sir Roland, and I'll have a soldier's answer. What is the cause you're holding this rock for? Not the man, the cause. Stannis crossed half the world to fight a war. What war? Tell me the war, and tell me it's still being fought, and I'll take my ships and go." Storm was silent. The wind moaned in the dragon mouths of the gargoyles above. "You can't," Jon said gently, "because you know what his war was. A red woman told him there's a war coming that makes the Iron Throne a child's quarrel. The dead, Sir Roland. The cold. Stannis believed it. He marched to the wall when every other king in the realm was squabbling over a chair, because he was the only one of them who could see the true enemy. That was his cause, not the throne. The dawn. And the dawn is still in danger, and the war is still coming, and you're holding a rock in the sea while the cause your king died for goes unfought." He took a step, slow, hands open. "I didn't come for the Iron Throne. I came for the same war Stannis came for. I came to wake the only weapon that's ever beaten the cold. You've been guarding the door to it out of loyalty to a man who'd have flung it open with his own hands. Don't guard it against me. Open it. Finish his war." Something moved in the scarred face, and Jon understood he had found the soft place under the armor, the thing Davos had told him to look for, the cause that mattered more to this man than the holding. He pressed it. He drew the oilcloth bundle from inside his cloak and unwrapped it there on the black sand, the dead Septon's diary, and held it up. "There's one more thing, and you'll think it a lie, and then you'll think it the most dangerous truth you've ever heard, and both will be right." He let the wind take his words to the 6 men, and to the islanders he could see watching from the rocks above, the fisherfolk of Dragonstone who had drifted down to see the ships and lingered to hear a king. "My name isn't Jon Snow. It's the name my mother gave me with her dying breath in a tower in Dorne. I am Aegon, of House Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, son of Aerys, the true-born heir of the Dragon Kings who raised this castle and kept their dragons in that mountain. The blood that built this rock is the blood in my veins, and the fire under that mountain has been waiting 300 years for it to come home. I'm not here to take Dragonstone, Sir Roland." He lowered the diary. "I've come home to it. The only question on this beach is whether you'll be the man who opened the door for the last dragon, or the man who died holding it shut out of habit." For a long moment there was only the wind, and the smoking mountain and the lead sea. Storm stared at him, and the islanders on the rocks had gone utterly still, and Jon could see the calculation moving behind the castellan's eyes, the soldier weighing a claim he could not prove against a fleet he could not beat against a cause he had half forgotten he believed in. Then Storm laughed, short and bitter, and the soft place closed over again. A Targaryen. He shook his gray head. Of course you are. The last desperate trick of every man who ever wanted this rock. The Targaryens are ash, bull. I served the king who helped burn the last of them. Near enough. You stand there with a snow bastard's face and a book any meister could forge, and you ask me to hand you my king's castle on your word that you're a dragon. He drew his sword, slow, a declaration and not yet an attack. Number wake your fire if you can. I've watched that mountain eat better men than you for half a year, but you'll do it over my walls and my dead, because a soldier doesn't open his gate to a pretty story, no matter how badly he wants it to be true. And God's help me, I do want it to be true. That's why I won't trust it. The thing you want to believe is the thing that gets you killed. He stepped back toward his men. You've had your parley. Take your ships off my beach by the tide, or we'll begin. We'll begin then, Jon said, and there was no anger in it, only the flat sorrow of a man who had hoped to spend no blood and would now spend a great deal. I'm sorry, Sir Roland. You're a good man holding the wrong door. When this is done, if you live, I'll want you. A man who keeps faith with a dead king is a man worth keeping faith with. Save your courtesies for the men I'm about to kill for you, said Storm, and turned, and walked back into his dragon-haunted castle, and the gates of Dragonstone closed with a sound like a mountain clearing its throat. They began at dusk, and the taking of Dragonstone was a long red night that Jon would carry for the rest of his life in the particular way. A man carries the things he ordered rather than the things he merely suffered. The fleet made its show at the harbor throat, as planned, a great noisy threat of ships crowding the mouth between the two stone sea dragons, while the garrison's scorpions and firepots rained down and the gray water hissed and steamed. It was meant to draw every eye to the front, and it did, and it cost. 2 ships burned in the throat with their crews aboard, and Jon stood in the flagship just out of range and made himself watch them burn, because the men dying in that fire were dying to fix the garrison's attention, while other men climbed a cliff in the dark. And a king who looked away from the price of his own plan was a king who would start to believe his plans were free. Tormund's climbers went up the southern fisher paths in the black hours, free folk who had spent their lives on worse stone in worse cold, 200 of them swarming the glass cliffs in a way the meisters said could not be done. They climbed without rope where there was no rope to be had, spearwives with daggers in their teeth and old raiders who had scaled the wall itself, going up the wet black glass by feel and spite. And where the cliff ran sheer they drove iron pegs and went on, and a dozen of them fell into the dark sea without a cry, because the free folk did not waste breath screaming at a thing as ordinary as dying. Jon got the word by signal lantern near midnight that the throat towers had fallen from the land side, taken from behind by howling spearwives who had come out of the dark where no enemy could come. The garrison on the towers cut down at their own scorpions while they peered at the noisy fleet below. With the towers down, the throat opened, and the fleet poured through into the harbor, and the show became the thing itself, and the fight moved off the water and onto the black stone where Davos had promised it would, the yard and the gates and the dragon-shaped stairs. Storm's men fought in the way Davos had warned they would, with the terrible stubbornness of men who had nothing left to defend but the fact of having defended it. They knew the castle and the Northmen did not, and they used it, the coiling corridors that doubled back, the stairs that ended in murder holes, the dragon jaws that turned out to be arrow slits. Jon fought through the lower yard with Ghost and the mountain clansmen, Lonkla drinking the dark, and he learned the truth that the songs always left out, that taking a castle was not a battle but 100 small ugly murders in stone rooms, men killing strangers they could not see, the screaming and the slipping in the dark, and the sound, a wounded man makes when he calls for a mother 300 years, and a sea away from any mother who could come. He did not let himself flinch from it. He had brought these men here. The least he could do was bleed in the same dark they bled in. It nearly took him at the inner stair. A knot of Storm's men held a landing where two dragon-carved stairways met, and they held it well, and the mountain clansmen who went up first came down broken, and Jon went up into the press, because a king who sent men up a stair he would not climb himself was a king who would soon find no men to send. A spearman he never saw drove a point into him under the arm where the mail gapped, and the cold of it went in deeper than the pain, and his arm went half dead, and he would have gone down on that black landing and been trampled into the legend of a fool who crossed a sea to die on a stair, except that ghost came up out of the dark behind the spearman and took him by the spine, and a Nori clansman got a shoulder under Jon's failing arm, and the moment passed the way every such moment passed. In a heartbeat and a hand's breadth, and the difference between a king and a corpse being one loyal animal and one loyal man. He kept his feet. He held the blade in his good hand, and they took the landing, and he did not let the men see how the wound had frightened him, because a frightened king makes frightened soldiers, and the dark was frightening enough. The garrison should have held longer than it did. By the cold arithmetic of walls and numbers, 300 stubborn men in a fortress like Dragonstone could have made the Northmen pay for every room twice over and bled the assault white before dawn. They did not, and the reason they did not had nothing to do with arithmetic, and everything to do with the islanders, and the islanders had everything to do with the Red Woman. She came down into the burning yard at the worst hour of the night, when the fighting had stalled at the inner gate, and Jon's men were dying against a door they could not break, and the sight of her stopped the killing the way a held breath stops a sentence. Melisandre of Asshai walked through a battle as though it were a garden. The fighting did not touch her. Northmen and Storm's men alike drew back from her without deciding to, parting around the slim red figure that moved untouched through the smoke, a great ruby at her throat throwing back the firelight like a second wound, and she crossed the yard to where Jon stood bloody and one-armed at the inner gate, and she looked at him with eyes that had the firelight in them and something older and worse than firelight underneath. "I have been waiting for you for a very long time," she said. Her voice was low and accented, and it carried over the dying noise of the fight the way smoke carries. "Longer than you have been alive. I looked into the flames for a king who would beat the dark, and they showed me a hard man with a burning heart, and I followed the wrong one north and watched him freeze, and I came back to this rock to look again, and the flames showed me a sea full of ships and a wolf with a dragon's blood. And here you are, walking out of the fire I was promised, the prince that was promised." She went to her knees on the black stone in the blood and the broken weapons, and she bowed her red head. "Azor Ahai, my king. The night is gathering, and I have found you at last." The yard had gone silent around them, and into the silence, from the rocks and the doorways and the high windows where they had gathered to watch, came the islanders. They came down into the yard, the fisher folk and the small folk of Dragonstone, the families that had lived under the dragon for 300 years, and under the Valyrians before that. The people Davos had said had never truly stopped being the dragons, and they had heard, on the beach in the dusk, the thing the king had said, and they had spent the long night turning it over in the way the island turned everything over slowly in the dark. And now the Red Woman knelt to him, the Red Woman who had lived among them half a year and frightened them and never once knelt to anyone, and that was the thing that broke it. An old fisherman went down first on his knees on the black stone, his weathered face turned up, then his wife. Then a knot of them, then a crowd, then it ran through the yard like fire through dry grass, the islanders of Dragonstone going to their knees before the man with the dragon's blood who had come home, murmuring a word Jon had not heard spoken aloud in earnest in his life, a word that had been a curse and a story and a buried thing, and was now, suddenly, terribly a fact. Targaryen, Targaryen, the dragon has come home, and Storm's men, the stubborn dead king's men holding the inner gate, faltered. They had been ready to die for the holding. They were not ready to die against an entire island that had just decided the man at their gate was its rightful lord come home out of legend. A garrison can hold a wall against an army. It cannot hold a wall against the conviction of the very ground it stands on. Jon watched the certainty go out of them, sword by sword, as the kneeling spread, and he understood that Sansa had been right about everything, that a claim was a story, and a story was only as strong as the number of people who believed it, and that he had just watched a story he could never have proven with a forged book, and a stranger's vision become unanswerable the instant a whole people chose to believe it in front of frightened men. The inner gate opened from within, not battered down. Opened by hands inside, islanders who served in the castle and had heard the word run through the yard. Sir Roland Storm stood in the gateway with his sword in his hand, and his garrison melting around him and his dead king's cause dying its final death in the kneeling dark. And he looked at the red woman on her knees and the island on its knees and the bloody man they were kneeling to, and Jon saw the soldier do the last hard sum of a soldier's life. "Hold," Jon said to his own men to the killing. "Hold. Let him decide." Storm came forward into the yard alone, through the kneeling islanders, and stopped before Jon, and the two base-born men who had been raised up by kings looked at each other across a hand's breadth of black stone and 300 years of buried history. "I told you the thing you want to believe is the thing that gets you killed," Storm said, low, for the two of them. "I've held this rock for a dead man for half a year. Do you know what that is, King in the North? It's a man wanting his loyalty to mean something so badly he'll die to keep wanting it. You came and you offered me the one thing I couldn't refuse, and I refused it anyway, because refusing it was the last loyal thing I had left." He looked at the kneeling island, at the red woman, at the smoking mountain glowing through the high broken places in the walls. "And now my own garrisons opened the gate and the ground itself has knelt to you, and I'm the last man on Dragonstone still standing for a corpse." His sword came up, and Jon's men tensed, and Ghost's growl rolled across the yard, and Storm reversed the blade and offered it across his own forearm, hilt first, the soldier's surrender. "I yield the castle, not to your claim. I still don't know your claim from a clever lie, and I may never. I yield it because a man who's lost his cause has to find another or rot, and you stood on my beach and offered me the war my king actually died for. The dawn, the cold. If that's true, if you mean to fight that and not just sit a stolen chair, then I'll hold your wall as hard as I held his. And if you're lying," the gray eyes were steady, "then I'll be the man at your shoulder when the lie kills you, and I'll have the cold comfort of being right. Either way, I'm done holding doors against the truth. Take your castle, dragon. It was never mine." Jon took the offered sword and turned it and gave it back, hilt first. In the way his father had taught him, a man returns a brave enemy's blade. "Keep it," he said. "You'll need it. The war Stannis died for is realer than you know, and I'm going to need every man who can hold a wall against the dark, and I'd rather have one who held a hopeless one for half a year out of pure stubbornness than 10 who fight for pay." He raised his voice to the yard, to the kneeling and the standing, to the Northmen and the islanders and the last of the garrison. "Dragonstone is taken. No more killing. The men who fought me fought bravely for a dead king, and brave men are too rare to waste. Quarter to any who yields. Tend the wounded, theirs and ours alike." He looked at the islanders on their knees in the blood-wet dark, the people who had handed him a castle by the simple act of believing. "And rise, all of you. I'm not your master. I'm your blood come home, and a man does not kneel to his own family. Rise, there's work." They rose. The fighting was over. Dawn came gray and salt-cold over the conquered island, and Jon walked his new castle with the wound in his side stitched and stiff, and Davos a careful pace behind him. And he learned Dragonstone the way a man learns a house he has killed for, room by room in the thin light. It was stranger inside than out. The dragon-shaped towers were hollowed into dragon-shaped halls, ceilings ribbed like the insides of great wings, doorways carved as gaping jaws, so that a man walked from room to room down the throats of stone beasts. The Valyrians had built nothing plainly. Even the kitchens had dragons in the chimney breasts. Even the cisterns were guarded by stone worms with garnet eyes, and the deeper Jon went the older the carving grew, until in the lowest occupied levels the dragons were not the proud heraldic beasts of the upper halls but something rower, coiled and clutching, the work of a people who had not been showing off their dragons but warding something with them. Davos said little. He had lived here and the place still cowed him, and a king who watched his bravest counselor go quiet learned something about where he was. In the yard the work of after battle was already underway, and Jon made himself walk through that too, because the work after a battle was where a king learned what kind of victory he had actually won. The dead were being carried out and counted, Storm's men and Jon's laid in the same long rows, because the islanders who did the carrying did not trouble to sort them, and Jon did not order it sorted. The wounded were in the great hall under the eyes of the Maester Stannies had left and the wise women of the island, and Jon walked the rows of them, Northmen and free folk and garrison alike, and stopped at each man who was awake and learned his name and thanked him or, where there was nothing else to give, simply stood with him a moment. It cost him an hour he did not have, and it bought him a thing no hour could otherwise buy, which was that by midday every fighting man on the island knew the Dragon King had walked the wounded and called them by name, and a soldier who is named by the man he bled for will bleed for him again. Sir Roland Storm fell in beside him near the end of it, his arm in a sling, his surcoat still bearing the smoking heart of his dead king, and the two of them stood a while over the long rows of the dead without speaking. Then Storm said, "You count them, the dead, your own and mine both. Stannies counted them too. Most kings don't." He looked at Jon sidelong. "It's the first thing about you I've believed without being shown. A liar wouldn't bother. There's no advantage in it." He nodded at the carrying and the counting. "Give me the harbor towers and the garrison. The mixed garrison, mine and yours both. My men will hold harder for you if they're held to it by a face they know, and yours will learn the castle faster from men who have lived in it. That's not a request for a favor, dragon. It's the soldier's counsel you bought when you gave me back my sword." Jon gave him the towers and the garrison, and a thing Storm had not asked for and needed more, which was a place at the council that would plan what came next, and Storm took all three the way a man takes a cause he has been starving for, plainly, without thanks, the only honest way. He did not sleep. He had taken a castle and a kingdom in a season, and learned that the taking was the easy part. And there was a thing under the mountain that had been pulling at his blood since the island first broke the horizon, and a man does not sleep with that pulling. In the gray before the next dawn, he climbed to the top of the great tower, to the chamber of the painted table that Davos had described in the firelight at Winterfell a lifetime ago, and he found it just as the old smuggler had said. The great carved map of Westeros filled the room, every river and keep and mountain that Aegon the Conqueror had studied before he owned a foot of any of it, the table where dead kings had sat and brooded over realms they mostly failed to take. The window beyond it looked out on the Dragonmont close here, enormous, its red glow lighting the underside of the smoke, and the pull came up through the floor of the room and into the soles of his feet and the marrow of his legs, low and patient and old, a summons in a language older than words. Melisandre was there. He had known she would be. She stood at the window with the firelight of the mountain on her red face, and she did not turn when he entered. "You feel it," she said. "The fire under the stone. It has felt you since you crossed the horizon. Do you know what it is, dragon? Davos says the small folk tell two tales. Eggs turned to stone that might quicken, and something older sleeping that the Targaryens were wise enough to leave alone." Jon came to stand beside her at the window, looking at the glowing mountain. "Which is it?" "Both," Melisandre said. "It is always both. The flames never show one thing where they can show two." She turned to him at last, and her ancient young eyes held the mountain's glow and something patient and terrible behind it. "There are eggs in the deep places, 3 of them. The last clutch the dragons left when they died, turned to stone the way grief turns to stone, waiting for the fire and the blood that could wake them. And below the eggs, in the heart of the Dragonmont where Stannis sent men who came back wrong, there is a thing that has been sleeping since before the conquest. A thing the dragon lords chained and sang to sleep because even they were afraid of it. And it has slept 100 years and 1,000, and 3 nights ago, when your ship crossed the horizon, it began, for the first time in living memory, to stir." She put a slim hand flat against the cold black glass of the window between herself and the burning mountain. "You asked which it is, the eggs or the sleeper. It is both, and tomorrow, when the sun is down, you and I will go down into the dark beneath this castle, down past where Stannis' men lost their minds, down to where the fire lives, and we will find out which of them your blood has come to wake. Sleep tonight if you can, my king. You will not sleep again until it is done. The mountain has been patient for 300 years. The glow pulsed against her hand, slow, like breathing. It will not be patient much longer. Jon stood at the high window with the Red Woman and looked down at the smoking mountain that held the whole of his second life in its burning heart. And below his feet, far below, through 100 fathoms of black Valyrian stone, something vast and old and dreaming turned in its long sleep and felt, for the first time in 100 years, the blood it had been waiting for standing at last on the cold roof of its prison. Chapter 6, End Chapter 7. Fire made flesh. They went down into the Dragonmont at sundown, and the descent was a lesson in how a place can argue against the men who enter it. Melisandre led with a torch she did not seem to need, and Davos came because he had refused to let his king go into the dark without one honest man. And Sir Roland Storm came because he had sent men down this way, and watched them come back ruined and meant to see for himself what had ruined them. And 4 islanders came carrying lamps and rope, and the old fearful courtesy of men returning to a shrine. And 1 more came, unbidden, an ancient of the island named Maelor, the last of a family that had called itself the Keepers of the Fire since before the conquest, a withered man so old his eyes had gone milk blue, who had asked at the gate to be allowed to walk down into the mountain one last time, and whom Jon had not had the heart to refuse. The upper tunnels were worked stone, dragon-carved like the castle above, and they were merely cold and merely dark. Then the worked stone ended, and the mountain itself began, raw volcanic glass and old lava in frozen rivers, and the temperature began to climb, and the dark took on the quality the dark has in places where light has never been welcome. The walls sweated. The air thickened with sulfur and a deeper smell underneath it, hot and animal, the smell of a great body breathing somewhere far below. The islanders' lamps guttered though there was no wind, and the carvings changed. The way Davos had said the carvings in the castle changed, growing older and rower the deeper they went, until they stopped being decoration and became warning. Dragons coiled and clutching and afraid, dragons in chains. And then, lower, no dragons at all, only a single repeated glyph cut over and over into the black glass, a shape like an eye with a flame for a pupil, scored so deep and so often that the ancient hands that cut it must have meant it as a thing said too many times to a thing that would not listen. They were warding it, Jon said. His voice came out flat and strange in the heavy air. Not warding the world from the dragon, warding the dragon from waking. These were carved by people who wanted it to stay asleep. Yes, Melisandre said. She did not slow. The dragon lords of old Valyria feared three things in all the world. They feared the doom which found them. They feared the cold that walks, which they fled west to escape, and which is finding the world again now. And they feared the first of their dragons, the eldest, the ones they had not bred but found, the wild things they had bound and could never truly tame. The torchlight slid red over the warning glyphs. They called this one Salix in the high tongue, which means near enough, the fire that remembers. She was old when Valyria was young. They could not kill her, for she was a piece of the same fire their power came from, and to kill her would have been to put out their own hearth. So they sang her down into the deep heat, and chained her with spells and blood and the patience of 40 generations. And they built a freehold and then an empire on the roof of her sleep. And when the doom took the rest of them, House Targaryen fled here, to the one place in the world where a piece of the old fire still slept. And they kept the chains tended, and the songs sung, and they never, ever, in 300 years, told a living soul what slept beneath their famous smoking mountain. She glanced back, and the torchlight made her eyes two coals. Until tonight, when the last of them came home with the right blood and the will to wake what his own ancestors spent 3 centuries keeping asleep. Tell me, my king, does that give you pause? Everything about this gives me pause, Jon said. Pause isn't the same as stopping. My ancestors had the luxury of letting her sleep because they already had dragons of their own and a world that wasn't ending. I have neither. I'll take the fire they were too comfortable to need. They went down. The eggs were on a shelf of black glass above a lake of dull red fire, in a chamber so deep that the heat had become a physical pressure. A hand laid flat against the whole body. There were 3 of them, and they were beautiful in the way that frightened things are beautiful, each the size of a child curled sleeping, their scales hard as stone and dead as stone, and yet not quite dead. For when the red light from the fire lake moved across them, the colors moved too, deep and slow. One egg the green of a thing drowned, one the cream and gold of old bone, one black shot through with veins of red that pulsed, faintly, in time with the breathing smell that came up out of the deep. And below the shelf, below the fire lake, in a vast dark that the torches could not reach the bottom of, something filled the chamber that was not chamber. Jon could not see it. He could feel the shape of it the way a man feels the shape of a cliff edge in the dark, by the change in the air, by the way the heat came up not evenly but in great slow tides, in and out, in and out. The respiration of something so large that the lake of fire was only the light leaking out between its sleeping coils. The warning glyphs ringed the chamber here, hundreds of them, the eye with the flame for a pupil, and not one of them was warding any more. They had been cut to keep a thing asleep, and the thing was no longer all the way asleep, and the eye glyphs stared down into the dark at the great slow breathing, as if they too were only waiting to see what would come up out of it. This is where Stannis' men ended, Davos said. His voice had gone to a whisper, and the whisper shook. They came down to this shelf, and they looked at what's below it, and the ones who came back at all came back as I told you, empty, burned out from the inside without a mark on them. He took Jon's arm, the old smuggler who had never once in their acquaintance touched him uninvited. Your Grace, we can still go up. We've a castle, an island, a claim. Men have built kingdoms on less and slept at night. You don't have to wake this. Whatever this is, the people who could do what your family did, the people who kept dragons like dogs, they were afraid of it. Be afraid of it. There's no shame in it. There's only sense. There's the war, Jon said, and looked down into the breathing dark. There's a wall 1,000 miles north with the dead piling up against the wrong side of it, and steel that only slows them, and one weapon in all the world that ends them, and it's down there in the dark breathing. Sense tells me to go up, Davos. You're right. Sense always tells the careful thing. The heat came up in a long tide and fell away. But sense is for men who have a choice. I watched a dead man's eyes open blue in my own arms. I put the torch to him before he could rise, and I smelled him burn. And I have never once been able to forget that the only reason he didn't get up and kill me was fire. There isn't enough fire in the world to fight what's coming. There's this. So I'll be afraid of it, and I'll wake it anyway, because the careful thing and the necessary thing have parted ways, and a king follows the necessary one, or he isn't a king. He's just a man keeping himself safe while his people freeze. Melisandre had set her torch in a bracket cut for it, an old bracket, a bracket cut by hands that had tended this place for 300 years, and she turned to him in the red light with the patient, terrible certainty that was the whole of her. "Then hear the price," she said, "for there is always a price, and the lies the singers tell about magic are mostly lies about the price. Fire wakes from fire, life wakes from life. To wake the eggs, to wake her, the old law must be paid in the old coin, which is death, for only death can pay for life. King's blood is strongest. That is why I am here, my king, and that is the question I cannot answer for you, because it is the question that decides what kind of king you are going to be." Her hand went to the slim, curved knife at her belt and rested there. "I have done this work before. I burned leech's fat with a king's bastard blood, and 3 kings died of it. I would have burned a child on a pyre to wake the stone dragon in another man, if that man had let me, and he nearly did, because men who want power badly enough will pay any coin so long as someone else's life is the coin." She drew the knife and laid it flat across her 2 palms and offered it to him. "You have a prisoner. The Ironborn, the Salt Priest's man who serves a creature that means to take this very fire and burn the world with it. By every law of war, and since his life is forfeit and his death would be a mercy to the realm. Give him to the fire, and kings will spend a wicked man's blood, and the dragon wakes, and you keep your own hands clean of your own veins. That is the easy door. Every Targaryen who ever waked a fire walked through it. Will you?" The chamber breathed. The eyeglyphs watched. Storm had gone still, and Davos and the 4 islanders and ancient Mailer on his rope led way down the last of the steps, all of them watching to see what the Dragon King did with a knife and a captive enemy and a hungry fire. Jon looked at the offered blade a long moment. "No," he said. "No," he said again, because the word wanted saying twice in that place. "I know the man's wicked. I know his death would serve the realm, and I know I could tell myself it was justice and half believe it. That's exactly why I won't. The Mad King burned men he told himself deserved it. Every one of them deserved it in his head. That's how it works. You don't wake up one morning and decide to be a monster. You decide once that this one death is justified because the cause is great, and the cause is always great. And the next death is easier, and the one after that, and then one day you're an old man on a melting throne screaming, burn them all, and you can't even remember which justified death was the one that turned the key." He took the knife from her palms and turned it and laid the edge against his own forearm above the wrist, where the blood ran close. "If this fire needs a death to wake, it won't have a prisoner's bought cheap because I could call it deserved. It'll have mine, King's blood, the realest coin I've got, and the only one I have the right to spend, because it's the only life on this island that's actually mine to give." "That much blood will kill you," Melisandre said, and for the first time since the beach there was something in her voice that was not certainty. "I have read the old rites. It is not a cup of blood the law asks. It is a life. If you open that vein in earnest, you will not climb back up these stairs, and the dragon will wake to a dead king, and the realm will have its fire and no hand to hold it. That is not sacrifice. That is waste. There is a difference, and a king must know it." And it was old Mailer who answered from the last of the steps, in the cracked voice of a man who had waited his whole long life for one moment and had finally arrived inside it. He knows it. And so do I. The ancient keeper of the fire came forward on his rope, milk-blind, sure-footed in a place he had never seen because his fathers had described it to him 100 times in the dark of winter nights, the family secret, the thing they kept. My king, put up the knife. You're young and your blood is needed up there in the light, holding the wall and the crown, and a young king's death is a waste however brave. But I'm old. I'm blind. I've buried my wife and my sons, and there's no keeper to come after me. The line ends in me, and I've spent 90 years on this rock learning the songs my fathers sang to a fire I was told I'd never live to see waked. And here it is, waking, in my lifetime. Do you know what that is to a man like me? The milk-blue eyes found Jon's face by some sense older than sight. It's the answered prayer of 900 years. The fire kept the faith of my house, and my house kept the fire. And now the dragon's blood has come home, and the only thing the old law wants is one life freely given. And I am 90 years old, and I have been waiting for permission to give it since before your father was born. He knelt slow, his old joints cracking at the edge of the fire lake. King's blood is strongest, the red woman says, but it isn't the only true coin. The truest coin is a life laid down gladly, and there has never in all the history of this rock been a life laid down more gladly than the one I'm laying down now. Let me wake her, my king. Let me be the keeper who waked the fire. It's the only thing I ever wanted, and you're the only king who could give it to me, and you'll shame us both if you take that from me to spare yourself a guilt you didn't earn. Jon stood with the knife against his own arm and the old blind man kneeling at the lake of fire, and he understood that he had been offered the one thing harder than killing an enemy or dying himself, which was letting another man die for him by his own glad choice, and that there was no clean answer in it, no answer that left his hands clean, that the fire would have a death no matter what he chose, and the only choice was whose, and how, and what it would mean. He thought about it the way he had learned to think about everything, fast and cold and from a great distance, and the distance gave him no comfort, because from any distance the sum came out the same. A young king's death wasted the realm. A prisoner's death by his hand started him down the mad king's road. And an old man's death, freely and gladly given by a man who had spent 90 years asking for exactly this, was the only door that was neither waste nor murder, and it was still a door with a dead man on the far side of it, and Jon would carry him. "Tell me your name again," Jon said. "Your whole name, so that the man who waked the last fire in the world is remembered by it and not by mine." "Maelor," the old man said. "Maelor of Dragonstone, keeper of the fire, son of Maelor, son of Orion, son of keepers back 900 years to the men who first sang her down." His blind face turned up, and it was, Jon would swear after, smiling. "Thank you, my king. You're the first lord of this rock in 300 years who asked a fire keeper his name. The dragons should have. Maybe that's why they were afraid of her. You can't be afraid of a fire you've made a friend of." "Then make her a friend, Maelor," Jon said, and his voice would not stay all the way steady, and he let it not, because some things should cost the voice. "And know that the king in the north and the last of House Targaryen will keep your name in the histories above his own, and that your line doesn't end tonight. It becomes the night the fire came home. Go and wake her. Go gladly. You've earned it more than I've earned any of this." What happened then Jon could never afterward set down in plain words, and he stopped trying, because the plain words were a cage and the thing would not go into the cage. Melisandre sang. It was not a song with a tune. It was older than tunes, a sound that was more like the memory of fire than like music, in the high dead tongue of Valyria. And as she sang, she cut her own palm and let her blood fall hissing onto the black eggs. And old Maelor crawled the last of the way to the edge of the fire lake on his hands and knees, and he put his blind face down toward the red light, and he began to sing too. The keeper's song, the cradle song his fathers had sung to a sleeping fire for 900 years. A soft, cracked, ancient lullaby sung at last not to keep the fire asleep but to wake it, and Jon opened the vein in his own forearm. Not all of it, not the killing cut, but enough. A king's measure of king's blood, and he let it run down his fingers and drip from his fingertips onto the 3 eggs and into the red lake. And the chamber, which had been breathing slow, took one enormous breath and held it. The eggs cracked, not all at once. The black one first, a single fault opening down its length with a sound like the world's spine breaking, and a light came out of the crack, red gold, alive, and the cream egg next, and the green, the 3 of them splitting open on the shelf and pouring out a light that had no business inside stone. And the heat in the chamber doubled and doubled again until the islanders cried out and Davos pulled Storm back toward the stairs. And below, in the dark under the fire lake, the breathing stopped. For one moment the whole mountain was silent, the silence of a held breath 900 years long. And into that silence old Mailer's cradle song rose up alone, thin and cracked and unafraid. And Jon stood with his blood running down his arm and watched the lake of fire below the shelf begin slowly to drain, to pour away into some vast opening shape beneath it. The light sliding down and down as the thing it had been leaking out of finally, after the long age of its sleeping, opened its eyes. They came up out of the draining fire like 2 red suns rising in the wrong place, enormous, slit-pupiled, ancient beyond the reckoning of houses or kingdoms, and they fixed on the small, bleeding, warm-blooded thing standing on the shelf above. And Jon Snow, who was Aegon Targaryen, who had held the wall and been killed and crowned and crossed a winter sea, looked into the waking eyes of Salix, the fire that remembers, the eldest of all dragons, and felt his whole self held in a regard so old and so vast that it should have unmade him the way it had unmade Stannis's men, burned him hollow, scattered the small candle of him before the rising of so great a fire. It did not unmake him. That was the thing. That was the whole of the thing. The great old eyes found him, and they did not find a stranger, did not find prey, did not find one more warm, crawling thing to be burned out from the inside for the crime of looking. They found blood. They found the blood the dragon lords had carried, the blood of the people who had sung her down and feared her and never made her a friend. And underneath that older blood they found something the dragon lords had never had, the cold, clean blood of the wolves of the north braided into the fire, ice and fire in one warm, bleeding hand held out over the dark, and the great head rose up out of the drained lake on a neck like a cathedral falling upward, vast, black-scaled, smoldering at every joint with the red light of her own inner fire. And she regarded the bleeding king who had waked her, and the king regarded the dragon. And old Mailer's cradle song ended on a long, soft, falling note as the keeper of the fire gave up the last of his glad life into the heat, and was gone, and his death was the door. And the door was open, and through it came the fire into the world again. She did not burn him. She lowered the great terrible head until one slit eye, taller than a man, was level with Jon on his shelf, and the heat of her breath rolled over him and did not consume him. And Jon, with the blood running down his arm and the old man dead in the cooling light, and the whole vast impossible age of her bent down to look at one small warm king, did the only thing there was to do, the thing his blood told him to do in a voice older than his name. He reached out his bloody hand and he laid it flat on the black scale of her jaw, hot as a forge, alive under his palm with a slow, enormous pulse, and he said in a voice that shook and did not break, the words that came up out of the deep place where the dragon's blood remembered the dragon's tongue. "Dracarys," Jon said, "not on me, not tonight. Wake, old friend. The world has need of fire, and your kin are coming up the wall in the dark to put it out forever. And I am the blood that came home to ask you, not to chain you, not to fear you, only to ask. Will you fly?" And Salix, the fire that remembers, who had been bound and feared and never once befriended in 900 years of sleep, looked at the first man in all that time to wake her with a bleeding hand and an honest word and no horn and no chain. And she answered him with a sound that was not a roar but something deeper, a long low note that came up through the stone and the sea and the bones of every living thing on the island, a sound like the world clearing its throat to speak after a long age of silence. And the three new hatchlings on the cracked shelf lifted their small wet heads and answered her, and the fire came home. They came up out of the mountain at dawn, and the island that had gone to sleep under a wolf woke to find a dragon over it. She would not fit the tunnels, of course. She came up another way, the way she had gone down 900 years before, up through the broken crown of the Dragonmont, where the smoke had risen for 3 centuries. And Jon came up the stairs on his own 2 legs with Davos's arm around him, and the 3 hatchlings cradled hot against his bleeding chest, and Storm carrying old Mailer's name if not his body. And they came out onto the high black battlements into the gray light of morning, just as Salix broke from the mountaintop into the open sky. The whole island saw her, the fleet in the harbor saw her, the Northmen and the free folk who had crossed a winter sea on a king's word and a tale they had not believed, and the islanders saw her, the people who had knelt to the blood and not yet seen the fire it would buy, and Sir Roland Storm, who had served a dead king and demanded proof of a living one, stood on the black wall and watched the eldest dragon in the world climb the cold dawn on wings that blotted the rising sun. And the proof he had asked for filled the whole of the sky. She was vast beyond the songs. Balerion the Black Dread, the dragon the conqueror rode, the dragon whose skull the size of a wagon still hung in a cellar in King's Landing, had been her get or her get, a child of her line, and she made the memory of him look small. The smoke of 300 years streamed off her as she climbed, and the red fire glowed at every joint of her. And when she opened her wings at the top of her climb and hung for a moment against the dawn, the whole island fell into her shadow, and the temperature of the morning dropped as if a cloud had crossed the sun. And then she turned, the great slow turn of a thing the size of weather, and she came down the sky toward the high tower where the bleeding king stood. And every man on the island who was not already kneeling went down, and the ones who were kneeling pressed their faces to the cold stone. Jon did not kneel. He stood on the black wall with 3 baby dragons hissing against his chest, and his own blood drying on his arm and the eldest fire in the world coming down the sky to land beside him. And as the downdraft of her wings flattened the banners and drove the cold spray off the harbor into a white haze, he understood, with the cold, clear, distant part of him that had counted lords in a hall and barrels at a wall and the dead on a beach, that he had stopped being one thing and become another. That the man who climbed down into the mountain at sundown had been a king of a hard, cold country with a clever claim and a borrowed crown, and the man the dragon was landing beside at dawn was something the world had not held in 100 years, and did not have a small enough word for. The wolf had gone down into the dark. The dragon had come up out of it. And the realm that had spent 300 years glad the dragons were dead was about to learn, the way the garrison had learned at the inner gate, that a story becomes a fact the instant enough eyes are forced to see it. And there was no eye in all the 7 kingdoms that would be able to look away from the sight that was rising now over the smoking island in the throat of the narrow sea. Salix settled onto the black wall beside her king, folding the weather of her wings, and bent her great head down to him, and Jon laid his bloody hand once more on the hot black scale of her jaw, and below them the whole world that he had crossed a sea to save knelt in the dawn light to the fire that had finally, after the long age of cold, come home. Chapter 7. In Chapter 8. The dragon's peace. A dragon, Jon learned in the days after the waking, did not solve a single one of his problems. It only changed their scale, the way a fire changes the scale of a dark room without making the room any larger. He had thought, in some unexamined corner, that fire would be an answer. It was a question. Salix settled onto the Dragonmont as though she had never left it, vast and patient and unknowable, and she led him near her and let him lay his hand on her jaw, and she would not be ridden, not yet, not for the asking, because she was not a horse and had not waited 900 years to be saddled by the first warm thing to bleed on her. She suffered him. That was the truest word for it. She suffered the dragon-blooded king the way an old wolf suffers a pup, with a tolerance that had teeth in it. And Jon understood that the bond the singers sang of, the rider and the dragon as one will, was not a gift he had been handed at the Lake of Fire, but a thing he would have to earn across whatever time the war left him. In the only currency a dragon respected, which was, he came to suspect, a kind of mutual honesty about the fact that either of them could destroy the other and neither chose to. He climbed to her each dawn in those first days and sat with her, and did not ask her for anything, because he had learned past the wall that the fastest way to lose a wild thing's trust was to want something from it. He told her things, which felt mad and was the truest counsel he had, the way a man tells the truth to a horse or a tree or a direwolf, because it cannot repeat him and therefore cannot betray him. He told her about the wall, and the dead, and the boy he had been, and the old man Mailer who had given his glad life to wake her, and the great old eyes watched him while he talked, and on the fourth dawn she lowered her head and let him climb the ridge of her neck and sit there, not flying, only sitting, the two of them on the cold mountain in the gray light, and Jon understood that this, the sitting, the not tasking, was the saddle being made slowly out of patience, and that a man who tried to rush it would find himself ash. The dragon could not be conquered. She could only be befriended, and the befriending was the same slow, honest work as everything else worth having, and the fire had not spared him a moment of it. The 3 hatchlings were a different matter. They imprinted on him hot and instant and total, in the way young things do, and they rode his shoulders and squabbled in the rafters of the painted table chamber, and set small fires the islanders learned to keep sand buckets for, and Jon named them in the dark high tongue that came up out of his blood whether he willed it or not. He gave the Blackhandred one Mailer, for the old man who had waked them, so that the name would fly. The cream and gold he named Lyanna, for the mother he had met once dying across 19 years. The green he named Rob and told no one why, and Davos, who guessed, said nothing, which was the kindest thing the old smuggler ever did for him. But a dragon and 3 hatchlings did not feed the north through the winter, did not unmake Cersei's claim or Euron's horn or Littlefinger's patience, did not tell the proud, cold lords who had crowned a wolf that their wolf was a dragon now, and would not tell them gently. Jon sat at the painted table that the conqueror had carved and looked at the whole realm laid out in painted wood, and he understood that the easy half of his work was done. He had the fire. Now he had to do the thing the dragon could not do for him, which was to turn a weapon into a piece, and there was no spell for that, no waking, no song. There was only statecraft, and statecraft was the slow, cold work of men, and the dragon on the mountain changed its scale but not its nature. The ravens went out, and the ravens came back, and the realm reordered itself around the impossible fact, the way water reorders itself around a stone dropped into it, in rings, racing outward. Jon sent the truth ahead of the rumor, because Sansa had taught him that a man who lets his enemy tell his story first has already lost the argument. He sent ravens to every great house with the same words, plain, witnessed, the dead Septon's diary named and described, that Aegon Targaryen, true-born son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, also called Jon Snow, also king in the north, held Dragonstone and had waked a dragon, and that he made war on no man who did not make war on the living, and that the true enemy was the cold beyond the wall, and that he asked the realm not for its crown but for its help against the night. It was, he knew, a letter that would be believed by almost no one until they saw the dragon, and the point of it was not to be believed. The point of it was to exist so that when the dragon was seen, the letter would already be waiting and men would say he told us, rather than he hid it. The first answer came from King's Landing, and it was not a letter. It was a fleet. It came up the throat of the narrow sea, flying the golden lion and the crowned stag. A war fleet of the crown, under the command of some lord of the Reach, who had been promised lands and a marriage for the taking of the rebel rock. And it came in good order and high confidence, because the men aboard it had heard the rumor of a dragon, and had laughed at it in their wardrooms in the way men laugh at things they have decided not to be frightened of. And they had 100 ships and 10,000 men, and the certainty of the South that the North was a place of savages and stories. Jon watched them form up across the harbor mouth from the high black wall, and beside him Storm read the fleet the way Davos read weather and said, "They've come to take the castle before the rumor sets. Cersei moves fast, I'll give her that. She knows a dragon's only a story until enough men see it. Sink this fleet before it carries word home, and the dragon stays a story she can deny. Let it land and the dragon becomes a fact she has to answer for. So she's wagered 10,000 men that she can end the story before it starts." He looked at Jon. "How do you mean to answer her?" "With the truth," Jon said, "in the way I answer everyone now. The truth is that there's a dragon, and they've come to pretend there isn't." He went to the mountain. What he did then he had not fully decided to do until he was doing it, and he would turn it over for the rest of his life. The way a man turns over the moment he became the thing he had been afraid of becoming. He climbed the dragonmont to where Salix lay, and he laid his hand on her jaw, and he asked her, in the dark tongue, to fly, and to follow, and to burn the ships that had come to burn her island, and the great old eyes opened and considered the request, and considered the man making it, and she rose off the mountain into the gray morning with a sound like the sky tearing. And Jon stood on the high wall and watched the fire that remembers go to war for the first time in 100 years. It was not a battle. He made himself name it correctly, after, in the privacy of his own council, because the names a man gives his deeds are how he keeps from lying to himself about them. It was not a battle. A battle is a thing with two sides. Salix came down out of the low cloud onto the crown fleet, and she opened her jaws and the fire came out, and the fire was not the orange flame of a hearth or a torch. It was a white cord roar the color of the heart of a forge, and it did not burn the ships so much as it unmade them, turned oak and pitch and iron and 10,000 men into a single sheet of flame laid flat across the gray water in the space of 3 slow passes of her wings. The sound reached the wall a moment after the light, a long rolling thunder with the screaming threaded through it, and then the screaming stopped, because there was no one left to scream, and the harbor mouth that had held 100 ships held a field of burning wreckage and a smell that came up to the high wall and got into the wool and stayed, the way the cold of the sea had got in, except that this was not cold. The islanders cheered. The Northmen cheered, some of them, the ones who had crossed a winter sea to be on the winning side of exactly this. And Jon stood on the wall and did not cheer, and watched 10,000 men finish dying in the time it takes to say a prayer, and felt the cold, clear, distant part of him, the counting part, do the only thing it knew how to do, which was to count and arrive at the number, and refuse to look away from it. He found Davos at his shoulder. The old smuggler was not cheering either. He had served a king who burned men and knew the smell, and his weathered face in the firelight was the face of a man watching a thing he had hoped never to watch again. "Say it," Jon told him. "Whatever it is, say it now while I can still hear it. There's going to come a day I can't, and I'd rather have it in me before then." "It was them or the island," Davos said slowly. "I know that. 10,000 men came here to put your people to the sword, and they'd have done it gladly and called it loyalty. I know it was them or you. I served Stannies. I've made that sum 100 times. He watched the burning water. And I'll tell you the thing Stannies never understood, the thing that killed him in the end. The sum being right isn't the same as the deed being clean. You can be right and damned in the same breath. Those men needed killing, and you killed them, and you'll answer for it anyway, not to me, not to any court, but to yourself in the dark, for the rest of your days, because you're not a man who can do a thing like that and call it nothing. He turned. That's why you're still safe to follow, your grace. The day burning a fleet stops costing you something is the day I take my sons and go home, because that's the day you've become the thing on the throne in King's Landing, the one who burns and feels clean. Keep paying. The cost is the only proof you're still you. That night Jon set the line, alone, at the painted table, with the 3 hatchlings asleep in a hot heap in the Conqueror's carved dorn. And he said it in words because words made it real, and a thing unsaid was a thing a man could talk himself out of at need. He would not burn the helpless. He would not burn a man who had thrown down his sword. He would not burn a city ever, not King's Landing, not any city, because a city was children and women and old men and small folk who had never lifted a hand against him. And the man who burned a city to win a war had lost the only war that finally mattered, the one inside his own skull. He would burn fleets that came to kill his people. He would burn armies in the open field that would not yield. He would use the terror of the fire gladly, because terror that ended a war without a battle was the most merciful weapon a king could carry. And a lord who surrendered to the sight of a dragon and lived was a lord who had been spared by the very thing the songs called cruel. But he would not cross from terror into atrocity, would not let the fire make the choice the Mad King's fire had made. And the difference between the two was not a line in the field. It was a line in himself, and he would have to walk it every single day for the rest of his life. And the day he stopped being able to feel exactly where it was would be the day the dragon had finished eating the wolf. He wrote it down. He gave a copy to Davos and a copy to Storm, and a copy went into the diary beside the record of his birth, so that the men around him would know where the line was, and could tell him to his face on the day he stepped over it. A king who set his own conscience to paper, and handed the paper to honest men, had built himself the only cage that could hold a dragon, which was the cage of being watched by people who would not flatter him. It was the most stark thing he had ever done, and he did it on the night he became most fully a Targaryen, and he understood that this was the whole of the work now, holding the two of them in one skin, the wolf's conscience and the dragon's fire, and that no one had ever managed it before, not in 300 years, because the dragons had never had the wolf's blood and the wolves had never had the fire, and he was the first, and being the first meant there was no one to ask whether it could be done. Euron Greyjoy announced himself 3 days later, and he did it with the theatricality of a man who had spent his whole life making sure he was the most frightening thing in any harbor he sailed into. He sent one ship. A single black galley, sails the red of a fresh wound, rowing up the throat of the narrow sea past the still-smoking wreckage of Cersei's fleet under a peace banner that he plainly intended as an insult, and on its deck, where the whole island could see, a thing that was not a banner and not a weapon, a great twisted horn the length of a tall man, banded in red gold and Valyrian glyphs that smoked faintly in the cold air though nothing burned them. The crow's eye did not come himself. He sent a herald, a thin, smiling man with a sewn-shut mouth who could not have spoken if his life hung on it, carrying a sealed letter and the silent, grinning theater of the horn. And Jon received the letter on the black wall with Salix coiled smoking on the dragonmont above him in plain sight, because 2 players had each decided to show the other their best card across a smoking harbor. The letter was short, and Jon read it once and then aloud to his council, because a thing this strange should not be carried by one man alone. To the dead wolf who plays at dragons, Euron had written, and the hand was elegant and wrong, beautiful in the way the horn was beautiful. You have done the hard part for me, and I am grateful, truly grateful, in the way I am grateful to a hound that has flushed the bird I mean to shoot. You crossed a winter sea and waked the eldest fire in the world, and you waked her with your blood and an old man's death and a great deal of touching northern feeling, and now she suffers you, and you sit on your rock and tell yourself she is yours. She is not yours, dead wolf. A dragon is no one's. She suffers you only because no one has yet shown her a stronger will, and I have spent 10 years and 10,000 horrors making myself into the strongest will the world has left. This horn is called Dragonbinder. It was made in old Valyria for exactly one purpose, which is to take a dragon from the fool who thinks he owns her and give her to the man who sounds the horn, and it costs the sounder his life, and I have men enough to spend, and lungs enough besides. I am coming, Egon who was Jon. I am coming with the Iron Fleet and the Hellhorn and a soul I have hollowed out specifically to make room for what you have so kindly fetched. Hold my dragon warm for me. Feel free to love her first. It will make taking her from you so much sweeter. The age of men is ending, and I mean to own the thing that comes after, and you have been such a useful hound. It was signed with a single drawn eye. The council was silent. Tormund spat. Storm's scarred face had gone grim, and Melisandre at the window spoke into the quiet without turning from the mountain. He is not lying about the horn, she said. I have seen it in the flames, the thing of Valyrian making that screams and binds. Whether it can take a dragon already woken to her own true name, a dragon who suffers a king by choice and not by chain, that I cannot tell you, because the flames will not show me a thing the world has never tested. But hear me, my king. He is right about one thing, and it is the dangerous thing, the thing under all the theater. A dragon goes to the stronger will. You have not conquered Salix. You have befriended her, which is harder and better and more fragile, and friendship can be broken where a chain at least is honest about what it is. If he sounds that horn within her hearing, your 9 days of patience on a cold mountain will be weighed against 10 years of his deliberate horror, and we will all of us learn in that hour which of you she judges the stronger. She turned at last, and the mountain's glow was in her eyes. Pray it is you, and do not rely on prayer. The raven from Winterfell came the next morning in Sansa's hand, and it carried the other war, the one without dragons, the one Jon could not burn his way out of. She wrote in the careful coded courtesy they had agreed on, where a word about weather meant a word about lords, and a remark on the harvest meant a remark on loyalty. And underneath the courtesy Jon read the truth she was telling him, which was that the North had begun to hear. The rumor of the dragon had reached the North faster than his honest letter, the way rumor always outran truth, and it had landed in the cold, proud hall of the North exactly as Sansa had feared on the day in the Godswood. The lords had crowned a wolf. They were hearing now that their wolf was a dragon, the very thing their grandfathers had cursed, and the hearing was doing its slow poison work. Lady Dustin, Sansa wrote in the language of harvests, had been saying she had warned them all, that she had known there was more dragon in this family's griefs than they remembered, that a king who sailed away to wake the fire that had once made the North kneel was a king the North had been a fool to crown. The lords who had bent the knee to Roose and been spared were whispering that a man who could lie about his own name could lie about anything. And the free folks' families left in the North and the wildling host were a card on the table that more than one player was reaching for. And Littlefinger, Sansa wrote in the language of the weather, was being very helpful, very kind, very present. He had not made a single move that Jon could name as treason. He had only made himself, day by day, the calm, reasonable voice at the Lady Regent's shoulder, the man who counseled patience, who soothed the frightened lords, who was so very understanding about the difficult position the king had left his poor sister in. All alone with a kingdom and a secret and a brother who might be a dragon and might never come home. He was building something. Sansa could feel the shape of it the way Jon could feel the shape of the thing under the mountain, by the change in the air, and she could not yet name it, and she wrote in the last line, out of code, plain, the only plain words in the letter, "Come home before he finishes building it, or send me leave to tear it down myself. I have learned everything he had to teach. I am only waiting for permission to stop being his pupil." Jon read it 3 times, in the high cold chamber, with a dragon on the mountain and 2 fleets worth of enemies converging on him, and the whole of the realm beginning to turn toward him in fear and fury. And he understood the trap he was caught in with the cold clarity that was the only gift the South had given him. He could not leave Dragonstone. If he left it, Euron would take it, and the dragon was here, and the fire was the only thing that won the true war. And he could not stay at Dragonstone, because the North that had crowned him was being quietly turned against him 1,000 miles away by a man who had given him the nights that saved his life precisely so that one day he could call the debt, and the dragon could not fly to Winterfell and burn a whisper. Fire was useless against Littlefinger. That was the thing. He had crossed a sea and waked the eldest dragon in the world, and the man most likely to take everything from him was a soft-spoken lord with a mockingbird at his throat whom the dragon could not so much as find. 3 wars, he said aloud, to the sleeping hatchlings, to the empty chamber, the queen, the kraken, and the mockingbird. 2 I can fight with fire, and 1 the fire makes worse. And they're the same war, because if I lose the North, I lose the army that holds the wall. And if I lose the wall, the fire was for nothing. He looked at the painted North on the conqueror's table, the carved Winterfell, the carved wall, his sister alone in the cold with a smiling man building a thing she could feel and not name. Sansa was right about all of it. The claim that made me everything is the claim that's losing me the North. I'm the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, and I can't safely set foot in the only kingdom that actually crowned me. The answer to a trap, his father had taught him once, in the yard at Winterfell, teaching a boy who thought he was teaching him swordwork, is not always to cut your way out. Sometimes the answer is to make the trap close on the man who set it. Jon called his council in the painted table chamber, the men he had brought across a sea, and the men he had won on the far side of it, Davos and Storm and Tormund, and the Manderly captains and the islanders' chosen elder, and, standing at the window with the mountain's glow on her, Melisandre. He laid the whole of it out, the 3 wars, the realm turning against him in fear and the North being turned against him in whispers, and he did not pretend the dragon solved it, because a king who pretended his problems were solved was a king his council stopped warning. Here's the shape of it, he said. Cersei will come because she has to. A dragon that exists is a dragon that ends her, so she'll spend the realm to end it first. She'll call every loyal sword to put down the dragon pretender, and she'll dress it as defending the realm from another mad king. And the cruel part is that some of them will believe her, because I've just burned 10,000 men in a harbor, and the story of that will reach them long before the truth of why. Euron will come, because he wants what I have and he has a horn that might take it, and of the 3 he frightens me most, because the queen wants my throne, and the mockingbird wants my sister, but the kraken wants my dragon, and a man who wants your weapon is worse than a man who wants your crown. And the mockingbird is already inside the walls, 1,000 miles north where the dragon can't reach, stealing the kingdom. That's the whole point of all of it, with a soft voice and a long patience. He set both hands flat on the painted realm. Most men in my place would try to do everything at once. Defend the rock, fight the queen, kill the kraken, race north, save the kingdom. That's how you lose all of it. So we won't. We'll choose. We'll let some things wait so the right things don't. Then choose your grace, Storm said. A soldier can hold a wall against anything but indecision. Your own first, Jon said, and he had known it since he read the Horn letter, and saying it aloud only made it true. Not because he's the nearest, though he is. Because he's the only one of the three who can take the dragon, and the dragon is the thing all three are really fighting over. Cersei can be made to wait. She has to gather the realm, and the realm hates her. Baelish thinks he has all winter, and a man who thinks he has time moves slowly, and Sansa is holding him better than any sword I could send. But Euron means to come here soon for the fire, with a thing that might wrench her out of my hands and put her in his, and a dragon in Euron Greyjoy's hands ends every other plan any of us will ever make. So we kill the Kraken first, here, in these waters, before he can sound that horn within her hearing. And we do it soon, because every day he doesn't come is a day he's making himself ready, and the longer we wait the more horror he's poured into himself, and a thing like that only gets stronger in the dark. He looked around the hard, honest faces. After Euron, the North. After the North, the Queen, or the Queen will come to us and learn what the last fleet learned. One enemy at a time with the whole of our strength, in the order that the loss of each would cost us most. That's the work. The waking was the easy part. This is the hard part. This was always going to be the hard part. Outside the high window the Dragonmont breathed its red breath into the dark, and on its slopes the eldest dragon in the world watched the cold stars with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of an empire. And somewhere out on the black water, a hollow man with a screaming horn turned his red sails toward the smoking island. And 1,000 miles to the north, a soft-voiced lord set another small stone into a structure his lady regent could feel and not yet name. And the dual crown, the wolf and the dragon. Ice and fire sat on one young head over a table where honest men argued late into the night about which of their enemies they could afford to let live. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9. Knives in the dark. The knife came on the 9th night after the burning of the Crown Fleet, and it taught Jon that a dragon was no defense at all against the kind of war that did not announce itself with horns. He was awake when it came, because he slept little now, and he was at the painted table in the dark with a single candle, and the 3 hatchlings drowsing in a hot heap, working through the muster Count Storm had given him, when Ghost came up off the floor without a sound, hackles standing in a white ridge from skull to tail, and faced the door. Jon had lived with the direwolf long enough to read him the way Davos read a sky, and the wolf was not growling, which was worse than growling, because the wolf only went silent for the things that meant to kill. The man who came through the door was an islander, or had been dressed as one, in the fisher's gray of Dragonstone, and he moved across the chamber toward the candle with the boneless economy of a man who had killed before and would again and felt nothing about either, and the thing in his hand caught the candlelight thin and wet, a needle of myrish steel with something dark smeared along its edge. He was good. He was very good. He had got past the garrison and the islanders and a castle full of men who knew each other's faces, which meant he had a face that did not stay in the memory, and he crossed the room toward the king in the north as quiet as a thought. Ghost took him before he reached the table. It was not a fight. The direwolf hit him at the height of his chest and bore him down, and the needle skittered away across the black stone, and the man did not cry out, which Jon noted even as he came around the table, because a man who did not cry out when a direwolf had his throat was a man who had been trained past the ordinary fear of dying. Jon called the wolf off before he killed because a dead assassin answered no questions and they bound him, and in the candlelight Jon looked at the calm, empty face and understood he was looking at a kind of enemy the North had no word for. "You're not an islander," Jon said. "You're not ironborn. Euron sends madmen. You're not mad. So you're the third kind, the Queen's kind, gold." The man smiled, and it was a pleasant smile, a smile a man might give across a tavern, and that was the most frightening thing about him. "A man pays his debts," he said, and the accent was from somewhere across the sea, somewhere with canals. "A great deal of gold came to a temple in a free city, your grace, with your name on it or the name you wore before this one. The crown is poor, they say, but the crown found enough for this. It is nothing personal. It is never personal. That is the whole of the art." Jon looked at the smeared needle on the floor and did not touch it. "You'll tell me who hired you and how the gold moved and who else is coming, or my red woman will ask you in a way you'll like even less than I would." "I will tell you nothing, and you will learn nothing, and it will not matter," the man said, still pleasant. "There will be another after me and another after him, because the gold has already moved, and gold that has moved cannot be called back. You may kill me. A man is only a man." And then, in a tongue Jon did not know, he said two soft words, and his pleasant smile did not change at all as the poison he had kept in a hollow tooth against exactly this moment did its work. And he was dead between one breath and the next, gone behind his own eyes, in a way the captured Ironborn had not been gone, emptied out on purpose, a tool that destroyed itself rather than be turned in the hand. Melisandre came before the body had cooled, drawn by the thing she was always drawn by, and she knelt by the dead man and looked at the smeared needle and the calm dead face, and what she said chilled Jon worse than the needle had. "I did not see this one in the flames," she said. "I see armies, my king. I see fleets and fire and the shapes of great deaths. I did not see one quiet man with one quiet needle, because the flames show me the war and not the knife, and that is the weakness of all sight, and it is the weakness your enemy in the south has built her whole campaign upon. She cannot beat your dragon, so she will not show your dragon a target. She will send you 100 quiet men until one of them is faster than your wolf." She rose. "Guard your nights better than your days. The fire that ends armies cannot find a single knife in the dark, and the men who hate you have learned it faster than you did." Jon stood over the dead man a long while in the candlelight, with the wolf panting and the hatchlings hissing awake, and he understood the war he was actually in. He had a dragon that could unmake a fleet, and against the slow, patient war of gold and whispers and pleasant smiling men who killed themselves rather than be questioned, the dragon was worth precisely nothing. Cersei could not beat him in the field, so Cersei would not fight him in the field. She would spend her empty treasury on the only war she could win, the war of knives in the dark and lords bought quietly, and 1,000 cuts that no dragon could burn, and somewhere 1,000 miles north, a softer, cleverer version of the same war was already half won by a man with a mockingbird at his throat. The traitor inside his own camp surfaced 2 days later, and that wound went deeper, because gold from an enemy was only an enemy being an enemy, and a bought man at your own table was a thing that made you doubt every face you trusted. It was Davos who found it, because Davos had spent a life as a smuggler learning how money moved and where it hid, and he came to Jon gray-faced with a tally and a name. One of the Manderly captains, a man named Toril who had sailed with the fleet across the winter sea and bled at the harbor throat, had been taking coin. Not Cersei's gold. Worse. Northern coin, moved quietly through a Braavosi counting house. The kind of coin a man uses when he wants a thing done in the north while he stands 1,000 miles from it and keeps his own hands empty. The captain had been paid to carry word, ship by ship, port by port, of where the king was and how the dragon flew and what the council decided, and to be ready when the moment came, to turn his ship and 3 others he had quietly suborned at the worst possible hour of the coming battle. "Baelish," Jon said. He did not need Davos to say it. "He's not even content to steal the north while I'm gone. He's bought himself a knife inside my fleet for the day I need every keel. So that whatever I'm fighting it with men who might turn. He looked at the tally a long moment. It's clever. It's the cleverest thing anyone's done to me yet. He spent a little coin to make me unable to trust my own ships, which is worth more to him than any number of soldiers, because a king who can't trust his fleet has already lost half its strength without a blow struck. And here's the worst of it. Now that I know one captain was bought, I'll look at every captain and wonder, and the wondering does his work for him, even if I hang the man and never find another. Suspicion's the cheapest weapon there is. He bought a whole winter of it for the price of one drowning man's debts. They took Captain Torrell quietly before he could run, and Jon questioned him himself, and the man broke in the way bought men break, all at once, weeping, because a man who fights for coin has nothing to hold him up when the coin is taken away. He had been in debt, ruinous debt, the kind of debt that takes a man's ships and his name, and a smiling lord's agent had appeared with the debt bought up and a soft offer, and he had told himself it was only carrying word, only being ready, that he would never actually have to turn. And Jon listened to the whole sad, ordinary shape of it, and understood that the man was not a monster but a weak link in a long chain that ran back to a soft voice in a cold hall. And that understanding did not change in the slightest what had to be done. He could feel Davos at his shoulder wanting to argue for mercy, the old smuggler who had been a lawbreaker himself and knew how a good man drowns in debt. And he could feel Storm on his other side wanting the hard thing done hard and fast for the discipline of the fleet. And a king who only listened to one of them was a king who would learn to stop listening. He listened to both. And then he chose, because choosing was the thing a council could not do for him. This was the part of kingship that Jon hated and would not delegate, and the not delegating was the whole point. He took the captain out to the yard at dawn, before the assembled fleet and garrison and islanders, and he did it himself in the old way, the Stark way, the way his father had taught him watching a deserter die in the snow a lifetime ago. He told the man's crime plainly, so that no one could say a man had died in secret. He let the man speak, and the man begged, and Jon let the begging be heard, because a king who hid from the begging was a king who had not understood the weight of what he did. And then he passed the sentence, and he drew Longclaw, and he swung the sword himself, because the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword, because a king who lets another do his killing forgets too easily what killing is, and a king who forgets what killing is becomes the thing on the smoking throne who burns men by the 10,000 and feels nothing. He did it with a dragon coiled on the mountain above him, the eldest fire in the world, a beast that could have unmade the captain and his ships and the whole harbor with a breath. He did it with cold steel and his own arm in front of his own people, and that was the message. And the message was for his own coalition more than for any enemy. The Northmen watching saw their king do a Northman's hard duty with a Northman's blade, in the old way, by the old law, the same as he would have done it in the yard at Winterfell. They saw that the dragon had not changed the wolf, that the man who had crossed a sea and waked a fire still believed that the lord who passed the sentence should swing the sword, and something that had been fraying in them since the burning of the fleet, the doubt about whether they followed a king or a conqueror, a wolf or a dragon, stopped fraying, because a conqueror would have used the fire and a king used the sword. "I'm sorry," Jon said to the dead man quietly when it was done, in the way his father had taught him a man owes the truth even to the men he has had to kill. Then he turned to the watching fleet, and he raised his voice, and he said the thing the whole camp needed said. He was bought by a man 1,000 miles away, who has never crossed a sea, or held a wall, or buried a friend. There's a war of gold and whispers being waged against us by people who will never face us, and it works by turning brave men weak in the dark, one dead at a time. I won't pretend it isn't frightening. It frightens me more than Euron's horn, but hear me. We did not come to this rock to be turned against each other by a coward's coin. We came to fetch fire to fight the dead. Look to the man beside you. He crossed the same sea you did. Trust him and make yourself worth his trust, and the gold has nothing to buy. That's the only armor against this kind of war. Not the dragon, each other. 1,000 miles to the north, on the same gray days, Sansa Stark finished building the thing she had been building all winter, which was the trap that closes on the man who set it. Jon learned of it after, from her ravens and from Bran's stranger sight, and he pieced it together in the way a man pieces together a battle he was not at. And the piecing taught him that his sister had fought, and won a war as hard as any of his, with no dragon and no sword, only patience and names, and the one weapon Littlefinger had never thought to guard against, which was a pupil who had surpassed the master, and let him go on believing she was still learning. She had let him teach her all winter, exactly as she had promised in the Godswood. Every lord he had bought, she had learned. Every coin he had moved, Davos's counting friends in Bravos had traced from the far end while Sansa traced it from the near. Every whisper he had planted among the frightened northern lords, she had quietly answered with a truer whisper of her own. And she had waited, because the one thing Littlefinger could not survive was being seen, and a man so careful left so little to see that the seeing had to be total, had to be undeniable, had to come all at once in front of the very lords he had spent the winter turning, or he would talk his way out of it the way he had talked his way out of everything for 30 years. So she gathered them, the northern lords and the knights of the Vale, together in the great hall of Winterfell, the men who owed the Vale the victory and the men who owed Littlefinger their fear. And she had Bran there, her brother who was the trees now, who forgot nothing and could be made to remember out loud. She let Lady Dustin speak first even, let the bitter clever woman air every grievance against the absent Dragon King, because Sansa had understood the deepest of Littlefinger's lessons, which was that a player wins not by silencing the room, but by letting the room say the very thing that, an hour later, will be turned against the man who planted it. And when the hall was hot with doubt, and Baelish sat at his ease believing his winter's work had ripened, Sansa charged him, in front of all of them, with his crimes, and when he smiled and began the smooth denial that had saved his life 100 times, she did the one thing his whole life had no answer for. She had Bran recite them, not accuse, recite. The murder of Lysa Arryn, pushed through the moon door by the husband she had killed her first husband to win, in words Bran spoke flat and certain because the trees had watched it. The dagger that had opened the wars, the catspaw's blade Baelish had lied about to set Stark against Lannister. The betrayal of Eddard Stark in the throne room, the knife at the honest man's throat, I did warn you not to trust me, spoken in Bran's mouth in Baelish's own remembered voice. The years of it, recited by a brother who could not be bought or frightened or charmed, in front of the Vale knights who had loved Lysa's son, and the northern lords who had buried Ned. The whole patient architecture of the man's life pulled into the light all at once where no smile could cover it. Sansa watched the smile fail, watched the famous control crack, watched the man who had spent 30 years being the only one in every room who knew the whole game discover, in the cold hall where her father's bones were kept, that there had been a player at his own table he had never once truly seen. The Vale turned on him first, which was the genius of it, because the Vale was his own power base, and a man whose own swords have heard him named his lady's murderer has no swords left. Sansa passed the sentence, in her father's hall, in her father's way, and she gave the man the courtesy of letting him understand, in his last moment, that the girl he had thought was his prize had been the one player at the table he had failed to read, because he had looked at her all his life and seen Catelyn, seen a woman to be won, and never once seen the thing his own cruelty had forged. And Bran, at the end, said the last word, quiet, almost gentle, the tree's verdict on a man who had spent his life turning everyone against everyone. Thank you for all your lessons, Lord Baelish. My sister learned them better than you did. And it was done in the north by the north. The Mockingbird's long winter ended in the cold hall where the Starks kept their justice. And the north that had been fraying came back together around the woman who had held it. Because the lords had just watched the Lady Regent do the one thing the north respected above all others, which was to find the rot and cut it out herself, cleanly, with the whole truth shown. Jon read her account 3 times in the high chamber at Dragonstone, and at the end of the 3rd reading he sat a long while with it. And what moved in him was not quite grief, and not quite pride, and not quite the cold counting thing, but some braid of all 3. He had crossed a sea and waked a dragon and burned a fleet, and his sister, with no fire at all, had won the war he could not have won, the war the dragon was useless against, and she had won it the Stark way, with patience and truth and the courage to swing the sword herself. The wolf and the dragon, he thought. He had thought the braid was only in him, the only one who carried both. He had been wrong. It was in her too, the cold dragon patience and the wolf's hard justice, and between the two of them, north and south, fire and ice, they had in one winter done a thing no single ruler in 300 years had managed, which was to hold the realm's 2 oldest enemies, the wolf and the dragon, in one cause. He wrote her back 1 line, out of code, plain, the only plain words he had sent her since the godswood. You are the better player and the better Stark, and I should have told you who I was the first night and not the 4th. The north is yours to hold. Hold it. I'll bring the fire home as soon as the sea will let me. And he meant every word. And underneath the words he understood that the dual crown he had been trying to forge alone was already forged, and that it had 2 heads, and that the second head wore auburn hair and had learned her statecraft in the worst court in the world, and had just handed him the north entire by tearing down the one man who could have taken it. The lull broke at dusk on the 4th day after, and it broke in the way Jon had known it would, with horns. The lookout on the sea dragon tower saw them first, far out where the gray sea met the grayer sky, and the cry came down the wall and through the castle, and up the Dragonmont where Salix lifted her great head off the cold stone and turned it toward the south, toward the smell of pitch and salt and old hatred coming up over the curve of the world. Sails, black sails and red, more than a man could count, the whole of the iron fleet that Euron Greyjoy had spent a lifetime gathering, a forest of masts rising out of the southern dark. And Jon stood on the high black wall and watched the Kraken come for the dragon at last. And somewhere in the heart of that black fleet, a hollow man held a screaming horn and a soul he had emptied out to make room for exactly this hour. And beyond the iron fleet, farther out in better order, came another forest of sails. And these flew the golden lion and the crowned stag, the crowned second fleet, larger than the first, because Cersei had learned from the burning of the first that one fleet was not enough, and had emptied what was left of her treasury and her patience to send everything at once. The 2 enemies Jon had meant to fight one at a time had decided, each for reasons of their own, that the time was now, and they had come together not in alliance, but in the worst thing, in simultaneity, the Kraken to take the dragon and the lion to kill it. And between them they would arrive on the same tide. Davos came up beside him on the wall, and Storm and Tormund, and they looked at the double doom rising out of the south, and no one spoke for a moment. Well, Tormund said at last, "You wanted them one at a time. They didn't read your raven." "No," Jon said. He watched the black sails and the lion sails come on over the dark water, and the cold clear counting part of him, the part that had counted lords and barrels and the dead, did its work, and the number it arrived at was very bad, and he did not look away from it. He looked instead at the men beside him, the smuggler and the bastard knight and the wildling, the three of them honest in three different hard ways, and he thought that whatever tomorrow took from him it would not take the thing the South had spent a winter trying to buy, which was the trust of the men who had crossed a sea on his word. They didn't, he said. Storm, the chain across the harbor mouth, the one Stanny's hung. Is it sound? Sound enough to break the first rank that tries the throat, Storm said. It won't hold the whole Iron Fleet. Nothing holds the whole Iron Fleet but the bottom of the sea. Then it doesn't have to hold them. It has to slow them and crowd them and turn that throat into a killing bottle where their numbers count for nothing, and they have to come at us a few ships at a time. Jon looked up the mountain, where the eldest dragon in the world watched the gathering enemy with eyes that had seen the fall of an empire, the dragon that suffered him by choice and not by chain. The dragon a hollow man was coming to wrench out of his hands with a horn that cost the sounder his life and would gladly be paid. And while they're crowded in the bottle, the fire comes down on the bottle. That's the whole of the plan, and it's a bad one, and it's the best one there is, and I'll not pretend to you it's better than it is. Send the ravens north. Tell my sister what's come. Tell her if the fire fails here, the north is hers, and the war for the living falls to her, and I know she'll fight it better than I could. He drew a breath of the cold sea air. Then wake the men, all of them. The kraken and the lion have saved us the trouble of choosing. Tomorrow we find out whether a wolf with a dragon's blood can hold the last fire in the world against everything the dying age can throw at it, or whether I crossed a sea and wake the dawn only to hand it to the dark. Either way, he laid his hand on the cold black stone of the dragon-carved wall. Either way, by tomorrow's dusk, this is decided. Out on the dark water the horns of the Iron Fleet sounded again, harsh and exultant and growing, and high on the dragon Mont Salix answered them at last. A long, low note that rolled out across the sea and silenced the horns for the space of 3 heartbeats. The fire that remembers telling the gathered dark, in a voice older than any house or crown, that the last dragon in the world was awake and home and would not be taken sleeping. He climbed the dragon mont that night, alone, the way he had climbed the wall at Winterfell on the night they crowned him. Because a man on the eve of the thing that decides him wants high cold air and no witnesses. Salix lay in the broken crown of the mountain with her own red fire glowing at her joints, and she watched him come up the dark slope, and she did not stir, and Jon sat down against the great warm wall of her flank the way a child sits against a hound, and for a while he said nothing at all. The whole sea below them was full of his enemies, the black sails and the lion sails riding at anchor out in the dark, waiting for the dawn, and the lights of them were a second cold field of stars laid across the water, and somewhere among them a hollow man was awake too, oiling a horn. He'll sound it tomorrow, Jon said at last, to the dragon in the dark tongue and the common one both, because he no longer knew which she heard. The horn. He thinks it'll take you from me. Maybe it will. The Red Woman can't tell me, and a man who tells you he's sure of a thing no one's ever tested is a man selling something. He laid his hand flat on the hot black scale, and the slow, enormous pulse came up into his palm, older than his name, older than the wall, older than the cold thing the wall was built to keep out. I won't chain you against it. I could. There are words, the Red Woman has them, the old binding words my family used. I won't say them. I waked you with a bleeding hand and an honest word and no chain, because the man who chains the thing he loves has already lost it, and I'd rather lose you free than keep you a slave. So tomorrow's your choice as much as mine. If his will is stronger than mine, go to him, and I'll die knowing I asked and didn't take, and if mine is stronger. His voice would not stay level, and he let it not. Then fly with me, old friend, not because I bound you, because I asked and you came. The great head turned, and one slit eye, taller than a man, fixed on him in the dark, the firelight of her own body moving in it, and she made the low sound that came up through the stone and the bones, the sound that was not a roar but the world clearing its throat to speak. And Jon understood it the way he understood the pull of the mountain in the blood without words. It was not obedience. It was agreement. Two old wild things, the wolf blood and the fire, deciding, each freely, to stand together against the dark one more time. Davos found him there near dawn, an old man's careful feet on the cold black slope. "I knew where you'd be," he said, and sat down a careful pace away, the smuggler and the king and the dragon, all three of them watching the enemy lights ride the dark water. "Stannis used to go up alone the night before. I never understood it till now. A man wants to be sure the last night that the thing he's spending everyone on is real." He was quiet a moment. "Is it real, your grace? The dawn, the war for the living, all of it? Or did we cross a sea for a chair after all?" "It's real," Jon said, and the dragon's warmth was at his back and the cold stars were ahead, and his sister held the north 1,000 miles away, and the whole of it finally fit together in him into one thing, neither wolf nor dragon but the braid of both. It was always real. "Go and sleep an hour, Davos. Tomorrow the fire goes to war for everything that lives, and I want my honest men rested when it does." Chapter 9 in Chapter 10. The Dual Crown. The battle for the last fire in the world began at the turn of the tide. In a gray dawn the color of a drawn sword. And Jon fought the first hour of it as a man and not a dragon. Because the dragon was a card you played once, and he meant to play it at the moment it would decide everything, and not a heartbeat before. The Iron Fleet came at the throat the way Storm had said it would, in a black wedge driving for the narrow water between the two stone sea dragons, trusting numbers and fury to ram through the bottleneck and into the harbor where 10,000 reavers could swarm the walls. And the throat answered them the way Stannis had built it to answer, with the great chain Storm had hung in the night coming up dripping out of the dark water under the lead ships, snapping the keel of the foremost galley and crowding the ones behind it into a churning mass of oars and hulls that could go neither forward nor back. The killing bottle closed. The Iron Fleet's numbers, which were its whole strength, became its whole weakness, ship grinding against ship in the narrow throat, while the Northern Fleet and the one garrison loosed fire and stone down on the tangle from the walls and the towers. And for a while the throat of Dragonstone was the worst place in the world. A slaughter pen of splintering oak and burning pitch and men going into the cold water in their mail to drown among the wreckage of the ships they had crewed. Davos had the working of the fleet, as he had on the crossing, and Jon watched the old smuggler turn 100 clumsy northern ships into a wall across the wider water with nothing but signal horns, and a lifetime of knowing how hulls behaved when men were screaming. The reavers tried twice to break out sideways from the bottle, and twice Davos read the breakout before it formed and crowded it shut, and the second time it cost the Northern Line 3 ships and the men aboard them, and Jon made himself watch those go down too, because the bottle was his plan and the men dying to keep it shut were dying on his word. Storm worked the towers, loosing stone and pitch down into the tangle with the cold method of a man who had defended these same towers for a dead king, and now defended them for a living one, and found the work no different. And Tormund's free folk held the harbor wall, and when a knot of reavers got a grapple up and came over the top howling for the killing they loved, the spearwives met them with a killing they loved better. And the Ironborn, who had thought themselves the only people in the world who fought for the joy of it, died, learning otherwise on a black wall at the edge of the world. It was ugly and it was loud and it was the opposite of the songs, and it bought the hour Jon needed, the hour of bleeding the enemy in the bottle, until the Lion's fleet blundered up behind the Krakens, and the two of them began, in the smoke and the confusion, to do to each other a part of what Jon had crossed a sea to do to both. Jon held the wall and gave the few orders that mattered and watched for the thing he knew was coming, the thing the whole battle was actually about. Euron would not waste himself ramming a chain. Euron had a horn. Somewhere in the black tangle, the crow's eye was waiting for the dragon, because the dragon was the only prize on the island worth the price he had paid to come for it. And he would not show his hand until Jon showed the fire. So Jon made him wait, and bled his fleet in the bottle, and let the morning teach the Ironborn that fury was not a plan, until the Crown's fleet came up behind the Iron Fleet in the wider water, the Lion and the Stag, 10,000 more men under captains who had been promised the rebels' head, and the two enemies who had come on the same tide began, in the confusion of the throat, to foul each other. The Lion's ships crowding into the Kraken's rear with no signal between them and no love lost. Two fleets that had come to kill the same dragon, discovering that they were also, inconveniently, in each other's way. Jon watched the tangle double, and understood that the moment had come, the moment when the fire would decide more than any other moment of his life, and he turned from the wall and went up the mountain to the dragon who had agreed, in the cold dark, to fly with him because he had asked, and not because he had chained her. She was waiting. That was the thing he carried out of that morning for the rest of his days, the thing that mattered more than the fire and the victory and the crown. She was waiting, on the broken crown of the Dragonmont, and when he came up the dark slope she lowered the great black wing for him, the way she had not lowered it for any rider in 100 years. And Jon climbed the ridge of her neck, and settled between the smoking spines, and she rose off the mountain into the gray dawn with a sound like the sky tearing open. And for the first time since the dragons died, a man and a dragon went up into a Westerosi sky as one will. And the will was a thing freely given on both sides, and that, though Jon did not yet know it, was the whole of why the next hour went the way it went. The fire came down on the throat, not on the men in the water, who were already dying and already beaten, and were the helpless thing he had set himself never to burn, but on the ship still whole, the war galleys of two fleets crowded gunwale to gunwale in the wider water, and Salix laid the white cord roar across them in slow raking passes, and the morning turned to a single sheet of flame from the chain to the open sea. Jon rode through the heat and the thunder with his hand flat on the hot scale and the dark tongue in his mouth, and below him, the two fleets that had come to take the last fire in the world learned what the last fire in the world was, and the Lion's captains and the Kraken's reavers, who had laughed at the rumor of a dragon in their wardrooms, stopped laughing, all of them at once, forever. And then Euron sounded the horn. It came up out of the burning tangle, a sound that did not belong in the world, a scream that was not loud so much as it was wrong, a note that went into the bone and the eye and the back of the teeth, and Jon felt Salix convulse beneath him the way a great body convulses around a wound, felt the agreement that had carried them up off the mountain wrenched sideways by a will that was not his and not hers, a cold, hollow grasping will reaching up out of the smoke to take her, to chain her, to make her something slave. He saw the ship it came from, a long black galley at the heart of the Kraken's tangle, the Silence, oars painted red, and on its deck a knot of slaves with a great twisted horn between them, smoke pouring off it, the men sounding it dying as they sounded it, their lungs and their lives the fuel the horn burned, and above them, alone at the rail, a man in dark armor with a patch over one eye and the other eye fixed up at the dragon with a hunger so total it had eaten everything else in him. The horn bound her. Jon felt it happen, felt the great will that had agreed to fly with him seized and turned, felt Salix pulled toward the black ship, the way iron is pulled to a lodestone, against her own choice, against his, the old Valyrian binding doing the thing it had been forged 1,000 years ago to do, taking a dragon from the fool who thought he owned her, and giving her to the man who paid the horn its price in blood and lungs and ruined slaves. She fought it. He felt her fight it, the convulsing, the long agonized note torn out of her, and he understood with the cold, clear part of him that fought never lost the war that the horn was winning, that in another moment she would turn and carry him down to the Black Ship, and the Hollow Man, and there would be a new Dragon King in the world, and the new Dragon King would be the worst thing the dying age had made. So Jon did the only thing there was to do, the thing the chain had no answer for. He did not fight the horn with a stronger chain, because he had no chain, had refused the chain in the cold dark of the night before. He fought it with the thing Euron Greyjoy had spent 10 years burning out of himself to make room for power, the thing the Crow's Eye had decided was weakness, the thing no horn was forged to overcome, because the men who forged it had never imagined a dragon would have it. He fought it with the bond. He laid both hands flat on the convulsing black scale, and he did not command her, and he did not bind her. He asked her, in the dark tongue and the common one, and the older tongue under both that was not words at all, but only the warm thing one wild creature offers another. He reminded her of the bleeding hand, and the honest word, and the old man's glad death, and the 4 cold dawns of sitting and not tasking on the mountain. Reminded her that she had been bound and feared for 1,000 years and befriended for the first time only here, by him, freely. And he asked her to choose, one more time freely, between the man who had chained her with a scream and the man who had waked her with a question. And Salix, the fire that remembers, who had been bound by the dragon lords and feared by them, and never once in all the long age of her sleep been asked, chose. She broke the horns hold the way a thing breaks a chain it has decided is beneath it, with a single enormous wrench of her whole vast will. And she screamed back at the screaming horn a note that was its opposite, not wrong but right, not cold but the oldest warmth in the world, and the black galley below seemed to flinch on the water, and the slaves at the horn died all at once as the binding that had been pouring through them snapped, and the horn itself, the Valyrian hellhorn that had bound her for a single agonized minute, cracked down its length with a sound like the end of something, and went silent. And the Hollow Man at the rail, who had wagered 10 years and 10,000 horrors, and his own emptied soul on the certainty that a dragon went to the stronger will, learned in his last moment that he had been right about everything except what strength was. Jon brought her down on the silence. He had set himself a line, in the high chamber, the night of the burning fleet, and he held to it even now, even here, even with the man who had nearly taken the fire from him helpless below. He did not burn the ship to ash with all aboard, because some of those aboard were thralls and slaves chained to the oars, who had never chosen the Crow's Eye and would die gladly free of him. He brought Salix down onto the black galley itself, her vast weight crushing the deck, her talons closing on the rail, and the reavers who had followed Euron to the end of the world threw themselves into the sea rather than face what had landed among them. And Jon looked down from the dragon's neck at the one-eyed man who stood alone on the splintering deck, and did not flee and did not kneel, and looked back up at him with that single hungering eye, and even now, even ended, smiled. "You think you've won," Euron said. His voice carried up over the burning water, light, amused, a man watching a joke only he understood. "You think the bond beat the chain. How touching, how northern." He spread his arms over his cracked horn and his crushed ship and his fleeing men. "But I've already won, dead wolf, because I made you do it. I came across the world and I made the last Dragon King in history show me exactly what he is. And you know what you are now, don't you, in the cold, honest place where you can't lie to yourself. You're a man who will burn 10,000 and spare a slave. You're a man who waked the eldest fire in the world and then spent the whole battle deciding who not to burn. You'll lose. Not today. Today you win. But the age that's coming belongs to men like me, the ones who burned the weakness out, and you've kept yours, and 1 winter or 10 from now it'll be the death of you, and I'll be laughing in whatever cold hell the drowned god keeps because I'll have been right." He let his arms fall. "Go on then. Do it with the fire. Prove me wrong by proving me right. The dragon that spared the slaves, ending the only man who ever understood him. And Jon, who had crossed a winter sea and waked a dragon and burned 2 fleets and held a line through all of it, looked down at the hollow man who wanted, even at the end, to be the thing that defined what Jon was. And he understood the last trap, the cleverest one, the one Euron had been building since before they met. Euron wanted to be burned. Euron wanted to be the meaning of the fire, wanted his death to be the proof that the Dragon King was just another burner of men who told himself a story about lines and conscience. A death by dragon fire would make Euron right. So Jon did not give it to him. "No," he said, and his voice came down quiet and cold and certain over the burning water, the king's voice, the voice he had found in a frightened hall a lifetime ago. "You don't get the fire. You spent 10 years making yourself into a thing that could only be answered with fire, so that whoever ended you would have to become a little like you to do it. I won't. You're not worth the wolf's blade, and you're not worth the dragon's breath. You're a man who threw his soul away chasing the end of the world, and the end of the world doesn't need your help. It's coming on its own, and when it comes I'll meet it with fire and you won't be there, because you'll have died here today on a broken ship, ended not by a dragon but by the sea you raided your whole life, which never once cared whether you were strong." He looked at Storm's men coming up in their boats through the wreckage, hard, honest soldiers with cold iron and a king's law. "Take him. In chains. He'll answer for the men he murdered to whatever justice the realm can still raise in a hall by law like a man and not a monster. And that, crow's eye, is the one death you can't make mean what you want it to. An ordinary one. A small one. The death of just another reaver who reached too far." The hunger in the single eye flickered at last into something that was almost fear, because Euron Greyjoy could have borne being burned, had wanted to be burned, had built his whole ending around the grandeur of being the thing a dragon had to destroy, and could not bear, in the cold, honest place, being merely arrested, merely small, merely one more beaten man hauled off in chains to a dull, lawful end. He reached for the cracked horn, or for a blade, or for the sea, and Storm's men were faster, and they took him. And the great gambit of the crow's eye ended not in fire and song, but in wet rope and a soldier's grip, which was, of all the deaths the world could have given him, the only one he had never armored himself against. The Crown's fleet broke when the Iron Fleet broke, because 10,000 men who have watched a dragon unmake 2 fleets and a hellhorn in a single morning do not need to be told twice what the day has decided. The Lion's captain struck their colors, ship by ship, the crowned stag and the golden lion coming down off the masts and white peace cloths going up, and Jon brought Salix up off the broken silence and held her in the gray sky over the surrendering fleet. And the temptation came up in him then, the last and worst one, the one he had set the line against, the chance to end Cersei's war forever in a single sheet of flame. To burn the fleet that had twice come to kill his people and call it justice and half believe it. The cold counting part of him laid the sum out clean. Burn them and the crown had no fleet and the realm had no answer, and the war of knives died with the men who would have carried it home. It was the efficient thing. It was the thing the dragon was for. He did not do it. He brought Salix down to hover over the surrendered ships, close enough that the heat of her rolled across the upturned faces of 10,000 men who had thrown down their arms, and he let them feel exactly what mercy was. Let them understand in their bones that the Dragon King could have burned them and chose not to. Because a man spared by the very thing the songs called cruel is a man who carries that sparing home and tells it at every hearth for the rest of his life. And 10,000 men telling that story were worth more to Jon than 10,000 corpses telling none. He gave them quarter. He gave them their lives and their ships and a single message to carry back to the woman on the smoking throne. And the message was not 3 words this time but 2, and the two words were not a threat. I yield, he had them carry, in the Dragon King's own name, to the queen who had sent them, and let her spend a winter trying to understand it. Because a man who has won and says, I yield, has said a thing no enemy knows how to answer. And the truth under the riddle was the truest thing Jon had learned in the whole long season of crowns. He yielded the South. He did not want it. He had never wanted the Iron Throne, the chair of swords that drove men mad, and he gave it back to Cersei Lannister with both hands and a dragon in the sky, because the throne was not the prize. The throne had never been the prize, and the only realm Jon Snow meant to hold was the one in the cold north where the true war waited, and the one black rock in the southern sea where the fire was born. They crowned him again on the black walls of Dragonstone, at dusk, with both fleets burning low on the water and the survivors of 3 armies watching. And this time the crown was not a frightened hall's hammered iron, but a thing the islanders made in a single day out of the old dragonglass of the Dragonmont, black and gleaming. And they set it on his brow beside the cold northern iron he had carried across the sea in his chest. And Davos read out the styles in a voice that shook only a little. Jon of House Targaryen and House Stark, the White Wolf and the Last Dragon, king in the north by the choice of its lords, Lord of Dragonstone by blood and by fire, the man who waked the eldest fire in the world and gave back the Iron Throne he could have taken, because the throne was a chair and the war was a winter and he knew the difference. Storm knelt, the soldier who had demanded proof and been given a sky full of it. The islanders knelt, the people who had kept the faith of 900 years and lived to see it answered. Tormund did not kneel, because the free folk knelt to no man, but he put his fist over his heart, which from Tormund was a thing greater than kneeling, and Melisandre stood at the edge of it all with the dusk fire on her red face, and watched the prince that was promised wear 2 crowns, and for once said nothing, because even she had run out of prophecy in front of a thing that had never happened before. In the days that followed, the ravens flew, and the realm rearranged itself around the new shape of the world, the way iron filings rearrange around a lodestone laid on the table. The first raven went north, to Winterfell, and it carried the whole of it in plain words for once, the burning of the fleets and the breaking of the horn and the taking of the crow's eye in chains, and the styles the islanders had given him on the black wall. Sansa's answer came back in 4 days, and it was not in code, and it was the shortest letter she had ever sent him, and the one he kept. The North heard, she wrote. The North heard that its king flew a dragon against 2 fleets, and gave back the Iron Throne and burned no city and spared 10,000 men who had come to kill him. They were afraid of a dragon king. They are not afraid of you. There is a difference, and you have spent a season teaching it to them without meaning to, and it has done more for the dual crown than any argument I could have made in the hall. Come home when the fire can travel. The North remembers, and now it remembers something good. He read it twice and then a 3rd time, and he understood that his sister had just told him in her careful way that the wound he had opened in the Godswood, the wolf that became a dragon, had healed into something the North could carry, and that she had done the healing 1,000 miles away with nothing but the truth, told well. The other ravens went where ravens go, to Cersei, who received a king's I yield and a spared fleet, and the traitors said, spent a long while staring at the words and found no answer in them, because a victor who yields the thing she is fighting for has taken away the war without ending it, and a queen with no war to fight is a queen the realm slowly forgets to fear. To the great houses, who had read his honest letter and laughed at it and now read the accounts of the burning and did not laugh, and began, house by house, in the careful way of lords who have decided which way the wind has turned, to send their courtesies to the smoking island in the throat of the sea. He answered them all the same. He did not want their crowns. He wanted their dragonglass, their grain for the north, their men for the wall when the call came, and their understanding that the war that mattered was the one in the cold and not the one on the chair. Some believed him. More would when the cold came down far enough south to be believed. And on the island itself, the work of after settled into its shape. Storm he named Castellan of Dragonstone, the soldier given a wall to hold and a cause worth holding it for, and the man took it the only honest way, plainly, without thanks. The islanders he gave back their old place. The keepers of the dragons returned to a rock that had a dragon on it again, and old Mailer's name went into the histories above his own, as Jon had sworn at the Lake of Fire. The 3 hatchlings grew, hot and quick and quarrelsome, and Jon watched them grow with the cold counting part of him already turning them over as what they were, not pets and not wonders but the future of the war. 3 more fires for 3 more riders against the night, if he could find the blood and the trust to wake them to a saddle. And that, he understood, was the next season's work, and the season after that, and in the high chamber after, alone but for the smuggler and the 3 hot hatchlings and the great dragon coiled on the mountain in the dark, Jon sat at the painted table the conqueror had carved and looked at the whole realm laid out in painted wood. And he did not look at the iron throne which he had given away, and he did not look at the south, which he did not want. He looked north. He looked at the carved wall, and the cold beyond it, and the thing that had been coming all along, the thing the crowns and the claims and the fleets and the horn had only ever been the prologue to. He had crossed a sea and waked the fire and held the line and forged the dual crown, the wolf and the dragon, ice and fire in one young head, and he had done it for one reason, underneath all the other reasons, the reason that had woken on a frozen wall on the first night of his reign. The dead were still coming. He stood, and he carried the 2 crowns up out of the chamber and onto the high black wall, the iron of the north and the glass of the dragons, and the cold sea wind came off the water and the great shape of Salix shifted on the mountain above, smoke and red fire against the winter stars. And far to the north, past the curve of the world, past the burning fleets and the smoking island and the whole of the season he had survived, the dark had weight, the old weight. The weight it had carried on the night a frightened boy king first felt the shape of the thing he would have to become to meet it. He had become it. The bastard who became a wolf king who became a dragon king stood on the wall with fire on the mountain at his back and the long night ahead, and he was not afraid, or not only afraid, because for the first time since a dead man's eyes had opened blue in his arms, there was an answer to the cold, and the answer was coiled on a black mountain breathing red into the dark, and it had chosen him freely, because he had asked. Come on then, Jon said to the dark, to the cold, to the dead massing 1,000 miles north against the wrong side of an old wall, and the dragon on the mountain lifted her great head and answered him. The fire that remembers, awake and home and his, and the wolf and the dragon turned together to face the only war that had ever truly mattered, with fire enough at last to meet the night. Chapter 10 End.